You are watching the Vodka stream.
Yo, what is happening, guys? It is Friday. Hopefully, you guys had a good week. Missed you guys because I didn't even do any Film Junkie lives this week. That's right. Took the week off, which I know you guys saw that. But, it was one of those things where it was like, hey, I have the week off from regular work. So why not just kind of take a break from doing, at least Film Junkie live, I guess. I was still going to do the Vodka stream because I already had my guest tonight. We already talked about him coming on tonight. And so I was like, yeah. And I will say this next week, though, next Friday, there won't be a Vodka stream. I know. But I'm going out of town next week and we're leaving Friday morning. So there's not going to be a Vodka stream next week. So, yep, I know. What are you going to do on your Friday? I don't know. I mean, you'll figure it out, hopefully, but so don't expect it next week, but we're definitely doing it tonight. Excited to talk to my guest, and of course I'm going to take my complimentary shot, my vodka shot for the night. So cheers, guys. Welcome to Friday. Ooh. And then tonight I thought I'd give these a whirl. I was trying to decide if I wanted to do like my normal vodka drink with just a regular seltzer and my vodka, but I was like, you know what? Truly has these vodka seltzers, so I thought fitting. So let's see what this bad boy is like. I've had obviously many seltzers and I've had Truly seltzers, but I haven't had their vodka seltzers. So cheers. You know what? Not bad. Not too shabby. All right, then. That's pretty good. All right, good. Let's see what we got here. We got Lawrence Fury right here. Good to see you, buddy. Standing with all of that. Somebody actually posted a picture of Mr. Corn Sweat hanging out. I forgot, if I got a friend of his or something like that. I saw that earlier on the timeline, and I thought that was pretty cool. Tony Movie, Chappie, D9, Neil Blomkamp fan. Dave just rewatched the Electra Director's Cut. Well, not a great movie, but I still would rather watch it than Captain Marvel and Black Widow. Ooh, overall, it's a solid comic book film, and plan on reviewing it. Good. I'll have to revisit that. I know I've seen that cut. I've seen the director's cut of Daredevil. They're, of course, always better. So it's just like, hey, can you just leave these filmmakers to do what they want to do, when it comes to their cuts, I guess, because it always just seems like it's better because whatever the studio ends up putting out, not so great. But hey. Yeah, so I'll have to revisit that. I know there was the news today, which is interesting because all these scoopers kept on saying like, so-and-so is going to be in Deadpool 3. So-and-so is going to be in Deadpool 3. And of course, we've been speculating. We saw Halle Berry's hair. We saw her hair when it came to her posting, which of course she had the storm color in her hair. So it was like, come on, you're in it. You're totally coming back. But it was just funny that THR was like, hey, guess what? Jennifer Gardner coming back. It's like, really? You guys decided just to do that, huh? Interesting. Ahoy, hoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always good to see you. Buddy. Thank you for showing up. We got Eleanor right here. Enjoying your week? Oh, yeah, I totally did. I was still posting videos and posting, things and stuff like that. Still keeping track and, writing things and cleaning up things in the computer. I was doing all kinds of stuff like that. But it was kind of cool to not have to worry about daytime work. I mean, my God, daytime work, to not worry about that, which is absolutely great. But it's so hard to get out of that mindset because usually I'm like walking back and forth between my two workstations. So it was hard to like get adjusted to that. I mean, of course, 4th of July was on Tuesday. So, of course, stayed at the lady's house and we barbecued. We had carne asada. We had chicken, some pollo. And she made some really delicious rice and all the fixins and everything. And yeah, we had a good time, watched some fireworks, good fireworks show. And then she had to work the next day. I didn't. So, that was kind of nice. Hey, we got Mr. Phil right here. Good to see you. Good to see you. We got Mr. William Powell. What is happening? Definitely not the worst. Okay, so you're still okay. Oh, you're talking about the first 5 hours of She-Hulk, and okay, cool. Hey, we got Wonder Meg here. Yeah, you like that? I got a Blue Beetle shirt. Look at that. I was like, all right, I'll wear it tonight. My mom got me it. She was at Walmart, saw it, grabbed it for me. So I was like, cool. Yeah, why not? So here you go, Blue Beetle shirt. Out of town, Vegas. No, not Vegas. I'm going to Lake Havasu. So going out there, not going to Vegas. I know one of these days I'll get back to Vegas. What's going on, Tehran? Good to see you. Good to see you. We got Lennox right here. What is up? What is up? Gonna get, hey, go get some beer, Phil. You know, if you want to be, you want to be part of the panel, get some beer. What's going on, Cortez? Hello, Dave. Been pretty much in the dark without you on the, yeah, but it's always nice. Yeah, I know. I just, sometimes you just need a week off when it comes to all that. So, but I'll be back next week doing the normal Film Junkie Live. So don't worry about that. Let's see. Never understand why studios. That's why, I'm just saying, like, I know a lot of people aren't too excited when it comes to James Gunn, but I mean, the best thing about it is he's running the whole thing. So that's where it's like different. And that's where I go, okay. So, I mean, yeah, he still has to report to Zazzy Pants and Warner Brothers, sure, even though, but I mean, they're basically just letting him do his whole thing. So that's what's good about it. And if only that would have happened with Zach and his movies, but we still got what he wanted. We just didn't get the rest of it. That's all. What's going on, Kenneth? Good to see ya. We got Fire Mutt 808 right here. Aloha. Good to see you. I know, right? Mama Film Junkie. She does that. She'll be like, I bought a shirt for you. And I'm like, cool. Because I've been lagging when it comes to buying new merch, new everything. I mean, yeah, I've been lagging because I've been in saver mode this most of this year, so I haven't really been buying like a lot of things. But so that's why when she's like, hey, I've got this Blue Beetle shirt, I could take it back, blah blah blah, I was like, no, I'll totally wear that, I'll totally rock it. Hopefully she joins and sees that I'm wearing it. I mean, it is a little, it's the fabric's a little rough. I feel like I can maybe sand the table with it a little bit. It's not that rough. I've had worse rough shirts, but it's Walmart. What are you going to do? It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Lennox Gunn is a creator and executive, has the potential to be revolutionary in Hollywood. I mean, one can only hope, man. One can only freaking hope. So anyways, all right. Let's go ahead and get my guest in here and let's give him a chat. Let's talk with him for a little bit. Let's see. Let me set the tweet up a little bit. Has joined the stream. Okay. I got to get a new keyboard. My keyboard's messed up because the one key sticks. Not sure what I spilled on it. Probably some kind of alcohol. It sticks. So when I try to do a exclamation point, it goes exclamation point and then a bunch of ones. So kind of a pain in the ass. But I might have to get a new keyboard. So, all right, don't turn that off. Turn that off. We'll turn that down. There's the feed, the back. There we go. All right, setting up the tweet. All right, let's bring him in here. We met him at Full Circle. Nice dude. And then saw that he was making something of his very own. And we're going to be talking about that tonight, as well as, relive some Full Circle things. And you know what, guys, I forgot to I'm gonna pin this right now, but I forgot we're actually doing charity. We wanted to do like a little charity thing right here, so let me see here. Let me do that first. Sorry, I know Jacob's in the back, but let me go ahead, because obviously I always have the AFSP link, the autumn one, so I forgot to pin it to the thing here. So let's obviously we're at what, 414 $1,549. Let's get it up a little bit more tonight. Let me go ahead and throw it right there. Boom. So there's the link in the chat. Going to pin it. Let's see, we're up. There we go. Pin the message. Let's go ahead and do that. All right. So there we go. Now it's pinned onto the chat. Almost forgot about that. My bad. So if you guys can donate, if you want to throw a super chat this way, throw it to the link. let's go ahead and do that. Let's talk about some. We haven't done a charity stream in a while, so let's do that instead of throwing a super chat at the channel. So, all right, let's go ahead and bring him in, Mr. Jacob. What is happening, sir?
How's it going, Dave?
It's going pretty good. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Cool. Thank you for joining.
No vodka tonight, but I had to shout out
well,
my local brewery.
Okay. Okay. Well, cheers, man. Thank you for joining.
Cheers. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So, well, we met your you were there with your father, right?
Yep.
At the Full Circle event. And it's funny too, because I mean, I remember when everything, all the madness was happening that first night, and I was like, when I retweeted some, I think I took a picture, and you were just taking your picture with Zach, so I took a picture of you, so it was like offset because like Zach and Debbie had just arrived, so I posted that. Yeah, you were right there in the picture. So I mean, how was that meeting Zach for the first time?
So I was talking to Steven, and he I had no idea. I started hearing like commotion, but I was trying to talk to Steven. I also learned apparently the other day that he had like laryngitis.
Oh yeah. Yeah. For once, Steven was quiet for most of the day that day.
I didn't notice. He was very talkative.
Yeah.
When I was with him, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was an interesting day because he was feeling it. And when we woke up the next day, he was like, all right, I'm going to try to hold my, I'm going to talk as least amount as possible. And he did until he pretty much got there. I mean, I think like when it came to just being there and talking, but he wanted to make sure that he saved his voice for the commentary.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, I'm glad that he was still talking.
Yeah, I was talking to him, and I was looking at his camera actually.
Then
he was just like, oh, there he is. And I looked up, I was like, yeah, okay. And then I went back, and then I was like, oh no, that's actually Zack Snyder. So then nobody was like, I think everyone was kind of just like in shock. And this was before like the flock of people went to him. So I kind of got in there a little bit like sooner than everyone else did. And I kind of blacked out for a second. I know I talked for too long. And I remember shaking his hand and telling him about the charity work that I've done on my previous projects. And I talked about this new one a little bit. And then before I knew it, I was back at the bar getting a cocktail. So
nice.
It was cool. It was amazing.
Yeah. It was funny because, I think we all suspected that he was going to come out. But when he just came out, it was just so like, oh yeah, Zach's here. And then I remember I was hanging out on the outside of it, and then I was just like, oh, and then I just went, Zach, what's up? And then we said hi to each other, and then that was it. And then all of a sudden it just, everybody was scattered, and then all of a sudden it just started like closing in, and it was like, okay, like get your drink now, Zach, because you're not gonna have a chance. You're not gonna have a chance after this. But I mean, yeah, no, it's that's what's so great about the guy. And I wanted to get your before we start talking about your new project, I wanted to get your backstory on things. I mean, obviously you have a YouTube channel that you post your stuff on. You have TikTok as well.
Yep.
And yeah, I just want to get to your origin story when it comes to all that. Like, what made you want to start all that?
So, started doing this whole thing. I was a freshman in high school. My friends would like be going out on Friday nights and stuff and like doing fun things together. And I was maybe not catching an invite. So I would find myself in my basement just watching movies. And then one day, like my dad comes down and he's like talking to 15-year-old me. And he's like, why the hell is The Godfather on the TV? I'm like, I don't know. It's cool. So then I like more time would go by and I kind of caught myself like just watching movies in a different way. Like he'd be down there again and I would say something just like outlandishly technical about like lighting or the score or just something like that. And then I was just kind of like, yeah, I kind of like this stuff. So it honestly started with a lot of Zach's stuff. I remember seeing Man of Steel, and that was like long before high school, but that's kind of when I started like starting to really get into it. And I like the first true like thing that I did was like recut trailers for Justice League at the time. And then I would do it for other movies too. And then before I knew it, I was picking up a camera and writing stuff, and then it just became like this giant obsession. I just kept saving money for better and bigger things, like more lenses, and I got really into aerial photography with drones and stuff. And I was just graduating high school, and COVID hit, and nobody was really doing anything, and nobody was like out and about. So I was like, I'm going to go shoot a movie in downtown Westfield, which is my hometown, at like 3 a.m. So I wrote this story.
Westfield that's in California, right?
Indiana.
Indiana. Okay,
Yeah.
there you go.
So
way off on that one.
No, you're good. We had this serial killer that lived in Westfield like 30 years ago.
Okay.
And he lived on my street, actually. And I wanted to write this story that was like, okay, what if he had a son? And I was obsessed with like legacy at the time. And I was just like, oh, what are the repercussions of having a father that's like a terrible person, like to the most extreme, extent. And so just this little like 7-minute short that I did with my friends, and kind of snowballed from there. A year later is when I did a short film called Mankind's Eye, and that was all like this really weird and experimental deconstruction of like what it means to be a man, and like just really weird ideas that don't really make any sense in terms of like a story, but like I knew I wanted to do it. And that was the first time I had done a charity with it. So that was, I guess that would have been in 21. So I was a sophomore in college. And I do like a bunch of smaller projects throughout the year, but every single summer, like in between school years, is when I do the big one. And that was kind of like my first leap into something bigger than what I thought I was capable of. That was like me literally like throwing myself into the deep end and seeing if I could even doggy paddle.
Right.
Last year, I did something even crazier. That was Lucid. That was like my year of like obsessions about dreams. So I wanted to make this story that was like a sci-fi, but I had this idea of like a Doc and Marty kind of dynamic with like a college professor and one of his students, and he keeps having this like recurring dream, and they're like working together to try to figure out like what it is, and what the message is. And that's my biggest project, or my longest project to date, and that was crazy because that one had like a bunch of I think there were like 15 visual effects shots that we had to do, and that was cool. And then I did a bunch of shorts in the past year, most of them for like classes and stuff like that. And now we just finished shooting a one-man show, which is a love story, tragedy, musical, crazy, weird, and cool, but weird, and
cool, but weird. I like
it
that.
pretty much lives in its own world.
It sounds like you like when it comes to ideas that you've made. I mean, you're pretty diverse when you're not just doing like one singular, thing. I mean, you went from lucid dream sci-fi thing, which that sounds really cool, to romance musical kind of, thing right there. So the fact that you're not sticking to just one particular genre is great.
Yeah, I want to touch all the bases at some point. But yeah, again, it comes in these weird obsessions that I can't seem to get out of my head until I actually like make something of it. And it all started, back when I did the one about the serial killer is called In My Blood. I don't know if I said that, but
I think I don't know if you said the title, but
yeah, that's kind of what I started. So.
Damn. So when it comes to funding this kind of stuff, like you said, VFX shot, I mean, is it just do you do like crowdfunding, or is it just, how are you getting funding for, like, because I even like with the latest thing, I'm seeing some of your equipment. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just, holding a digital camera or something like that.
I mean, don't get me wrong. It used to be that way.
Yes, of course. It always starts off that way.
Sure. I mean, I work as a freelance videographer. Whenever I can. I'm actually a videographer for my school, which is nice, and they kind of made that position for me, and thank you, Wabash College. And then a lot of my work over the summer is like for golf courses. I've got a couple weddings lined up, so that's kind of where the fun comes from. But it's not it's not it's not fun in the sense that it's like this shit is expensive as hell.
Of course.
But I mean, you got to do it, and
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to. It's 100% all passion, and I love it. So I wouldn't give it up for the world.
Well, that's cool. But so you do freelancing, and I mean, how's that going? I mean, I'm sure I mean, like, obviously when you're talking to Steven, you guys are probably talking about lenses, and I mean, that guy loves his cameras. I mean, as much as I can appreciate a camera too, but man, when it comes to especially even Zach, I mean, Zach on this very program even one time was like he went off on lenses for a bit to the point where he got up and got like this crazy lens. But I'm sure that's what you know, talking to Steven, you probably got some pointers from him. I'm assuming.
100%.
Yeah.
No,
Guys,
I think I broke him out of his laryngitis silence because I brought up the word glass and he started talking. So
yeah, I mean, the fact that he was trying to save his voice.
Yep.
If you get him started on lenses, there's no way you're going to get that man to stop. Not at all, which is great. That's what's because you look at the pictures that he takes, and even the pictures that he took at Full Circle were just absolutely fantastic. And that's why, I mean, it was funny. It was cool too. Like when he showed up during the commentary and I saw him like walking around and taking pictures of all kinds of things. I'm like, can't wait to see those. And they were, of course, just absolutely great. But yeah, that guy. And when I even before I bought this camera that I have right now, I immediately, I mean, he was the first person I said, I was like, hey, would this be good? I mean, it's not too expensive. It's not too cheap. It's like right there. It's good for this. And he gave me, he was like, yeah, he gave me the 100% like thumbs up. Like, yeah, get this camera. It's good. And then of course, eventually I want to get some lenses. I'll get there eventually to make something a little bit cooler. Anytime he shows up in this thing, I mean, his background's all blurred. He's all like right there. It just looks awesome. But yeah, so yeah, it's you definitely did break him out of that because he loves to talk to lenses. But no, that's cool. And you know, like you said, you gotta, you know, you jump into the deep end, you paddle a little bit. It's just you and it. I mean, I've made some short films myself, and it's just, you know, you have what you have.
Yeah.
And you try to hit up people. I mean, that's got to be like one of the hardest things too, is like you're writing a story or a movie or something like that. You got to cast it.
Try doing it in Indiana.
Oh yeah. I'm sure that's difficult. Yeah.
Well, listen, so I mean, like when I first started, it was of course just like my buddies and people that have like, what's my line again? Yeah, that kind of thing, like for the millionth time. But I mean, now I've met a lot of amazing people. My lead on One Man Show, her name is Katie Flaherty. She's from LA. She is a PA out there. She's a freelance PA, but she did work on Succession. And Rap Shit, I think it is. I don't know. I think it's another HBO show. Yeah. But I love her because she is so prepared. She's been on a film set. She like knows the character. Like I don't have to tell her the line. She just like, she asked me like, oh, I wonder what she would feel in this moment. I'm like, yes.
You're it.
Yeah. Exactly.
You're not telling your buddy, like your buddy's like, hey, what's going on in this thing? Huh? You know, yeah. She's like 100% like going, I want to be like, I want to fall into this character as opposed to just your buddy going, okay, I'll do it. kind of thing.
Well, the funny thing is about that same buddy.
Yeah.
We had to go back a second night at 3 a.m. just to get some like pickups, and he shows up with a haircut, and I'm like, can't do that. So we had to reshoot the entire thing in one night.
Shit.
He was like, why can't I have a haircut? I'm like, dude, have you ever like seen a movie before?
Look up the definition continuity.
There you go.
That's what this is all about right here. But no, I remember I shot a short film one time called All In. It was a poker movie. It was a poker movie whodunit kind of thing. And obviously, like, it just kind of came up with this story that I had like the beginning, the end, and I filled it in. And I was like, all right, cool. I have a cool thing to do here. So of course I rallied people up. And my best buddy, who was going to be like the comic relief dude, we were going to shoot it at his house. He had a poker table. He had a good setting. We were going to do it there. And then, of course, like I show up to his house. He's not there. It's like, he's not there. And then so I'm waiting. And then he doesn't show up till very late. He totally forgot. So then we had to do it another night. And then there was like a friend of a friend knew this girl who was going to play the female character at the table. She was actually an aspiring actress, and she showed up and totally professional, totally cool, totally everything. But I think like after the first night, she was like, wait, this is not what I thought it was going to be. I thought it was going to be something a little bit more, of a production budget. So when we try to get her back the second night, nothing. Like no, she wouldn't answer her phone, anything, nothing. So when it came to, I remember it was like every character was like going to be like go all in and then be out, and everybody's trying to figure out who is like this hidden character kind of thing. Cool. And she was actually supposed to be the second one to go out, so I had to re-edit it for her to be the first one to go out because I couldn't get the rest of her like when she's not at the table anymore or something. I forgot exactly why, but yeah, so it's like one of those things where I had to work around it. I had to rearrange the story just to fit the fact that she didn't show up that second night. And it still worked. I thought it turned out pretty well, but yeah, sometimes you just run into little hiccups,
Well, yeah, 100%. I think the biggest eye-opening thing about all of this for me, like growing up with it and like learning, like teaching myself. I'm an art major at Wabash College because Wabash College doesn't have a film major, and I've taught myself everything I know. But like the best thing you can do for yourself if you want to be a filmmaker is to make a film. Yeah. There's like so many people in my shoes that are like wanting to go to film school, or maybe some people in film school that have never even tried it, and they have like a Letterboxd account. That's cool. You're a barista at Starbucks. Do something. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things that I learned, and like the biggest challenge is like knowing that something is going to go wrong, just like you said. Always. And it's always about how you can, get through it. Like that's the whole experience of trying to do this. So.
Yeah, and you hear about those horror stories on sets, where they have to do something. And then I can't even imagine when it came to, when COVID and when the pandemic hit. I mean, that had to be just like a huge wake-up call when it came to a lot of all that and all the things that they had to do when it came to trying to just get something done. And then, there's always going to be something. And like you said, that's good advice. It's like some people don't just talk about it.
Yeah.
Fucking do it. Like get out there and do it. And teach yourself. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, of course, everybody is like, oh yeah, I should go to film school. Sure, if you want to, go ahead. Absolutely. But Jesus Christ, Quentin Tarantino worked at a fucking video store. He didn't go to film school. He just he made it happen. And this was before the internet. Now you have all these resources, everything you could look at it like, okay, how do I achieve this? Or how do I look at that? I mean, I've taught myself many times how to do things too when it comes to green screening, when it comes to a lot of things. Like you could just find it and just like you said, just do it. If you have like a decent camera, which you can really get one nowadays for not too expensive, you could find something and just go out and do it and just try to make the best of it. I mean, I've had the Ion Stone guys on here, Ion Stone podcast. Those guys, they showed us their trailer of their like Joker-esque kind of movie that has to do with a dude that's like a mime. They showed the trailer on here, and it was just kind of like, all right, there you go. You guys you had an idea, you went out and did it. And this trailer is cut very well. It sets the mood, sets the tone, really shows what this movie is going to be about. And you have like a dark, eerie tone to it, and you really captured it. And, is it something that you would see no, it's homemade. It's like, it's not with the biggest production, but it still turned out very, very awesomely, and we've had other people on here too, like Axel, who shows up here, who has a short film with Robin that he's doing, and it's something that he wanted to do, put it out there, and, he's still working on it because again, it's not easy when you have other people and you have a normal life, it's not easy to just have like a, hey, we're gonna shoot during this, and then get it all done. But you just got to do it. You just got to do that, and get your what do they call it? Your feet wet. Yeah, that's what it
There
is.
you go. Yeah, 100% agree.
Yeah. So you got all that, and then when like you said, you became a Zack Snyder fan.
Sure.
When did you okay, so you kind of briefly talked about like that, but like when did you really, like when it came to like maybe even the Snyder Cut movement, was there something that really like that you saw online or something that, I mean, well, first off, when you saw Justice League, was that like a wake up call, or was that something, I don't know, like?
So that's a very funny question.
Okay, good.
Actually,
This is, yes.
person I saw Justice League with is watching this right now. So
Okay.
thank you for watching.
Nice.
I remember sitting down in class on November 16th, 2017. I wish I still had this notebook. I saw that the runtime was what, an hour and 59 minutes or 2 hours? 2 hours.
I think it was 2 hours and 1 minute or something like that.
Yeah. We knew roughly like what scenes were kind of going to be in there. And I remember because the rumor like at the time was like the history lesson opened up. And I'm like literally with a notebook jotting down each scene that I know is in the movie and trying to guess how long it would be and trying to figure out why the movie was 2 hours long. And I'm like, this doesn't add up.
Yeah.
Like it just doesn't. So we went and saw the movie that Thursday, and then I came out of it and I was like, well, no. And
No.
listen, a lot of people were in the boat of like defend.
Oh yeah.
What.
I was one of those people.
Yeah, I remember actually your like first reaction, like in the
Yep.
car, and I can't even remember what it was, but it was just like,
oh, it was rough. It was rough because I know the people, some of the haters out there will always throw that first reaction review in my face. But I remember walking back to my car just feeling sick.
yep.
Because I remember one of the guys that was there and I was talking to was like, and I remember I turned to him, I said, they really de-Snydered the shit out of that movie, didn't they? And he was like, yep. And then I was just kind of going, and I sat in my car for about 10 minutes going, what do I say? Because I didn't want to just like bring it down. I regret that. And I've said that many times. I wish I would have just said, what the, like open up with what the fuck. But anyway, sorry, continue.
No, it was that whole story is just so weird. With everything that had happened, and just like the weirdness of what I felt was just like, that is wrong, but like I have to, and it feels like everyone wanted to love it so much because Zack's name was attached to it, and like it was a Zack Snyder movie at the time, and it's just like we have to, like, this is it, like, because of all the rumors like beforehand, like, oh, this has to be, it had to live up to what it was supposed to be.
Well, the rumors were also saying, oh yeah, they're gonna try to reshoot like most of the movie in 6 months. I'm like, they wouldn't do that. That's ridiculous. And then they try to do that. It's like what? Yeah.
But I think it really, really started the day that the Ultimate Edition of BVS came out, because I remember watching that and I was like floored. I think there's a podcast about it, but the movie is like so good. Like it's just, and I tell that
half hour makes so much of a difference.
I tell people all the time that movie is so incredibly sophisticated that it's just like, it literally lives in a world of its own. It's not comparable. I think the closest thing to it is probably Watchmen. But even then, like, I don't think Watchmen has like the level of detail that BVS does. So that's kind of where it started. And then I was a senior in high school, and I was in a speech class, and we had to give speeches, and there had to be a topic, and I was like, release the Snyder Cut.
Nice.
But it was more of like an analysis on like the situation. So I've been educating people on what happened from like 2014 to 2021, basically, and even what's kind of happened after. Like it's all incredible, and I want to talk about this later. But
Okay.
um, I have a very, very good, and someone's probably going to beat me to this, but I would love to do Netflix if you're watching. I'm here. Like a Last Dance
Okay.
type series, not like a show, but it's
Yeah.
like the Last Dance
Like a docu-series.
on this entire thing, and I think it would be
I am with you on this. I've considered it myself. Maybe we should talk more. Maybe there's something, I don't know, like, okay, so I mean, obviously this whole thing, I mean, and it's funny too, because, okay, I want to ask you this. Since when it comes to, I mean, especially when it comes to music, have you ever like heard a song, like maybe from your favorite band or maybe not, and you just hear the song and you go, holy shit, I could see a whole scene of something using this song or something, or just, yeah. Yeah. I mean, that just happens to me all the time, where I could hear a song from a band I like, or I could hear it for the first time and I could just be like, man, just the way that is right there, that could fit in like some kind of something. And it's funny too, and one of my favorite bands is Foo Fighters, and I was like, man, there's a song that they did, and I'm not going to say the song because it's not like a known song or anything like that, but there's a certain song where I'm like, man, if I ever did something that had to do with this journey when it came to all this, I'm like, this would probably be a good song to end it with. Now, naturally, if you actually do something like that, you had to get approval, and that costs a lot of money.
sure.
So that's what sucks. Is like, man, the song would be so perfect to do like a little montage thing right here. But no, I'm with you on that. I mean, and it's funny too, because I've talked to a buddy of mine who's in that world. He said that, I mean, he was saying that there might be people that are already pitching kind of something like that or something. I don't know, but I haven't heard anything about it since. But I mean, a Snyder cut, like a release of Snyder cut showing the journey from Man of Steel to now.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I mean, I don't even know if it even has to go back that far. I think if
Well, I
it's
mean, it would have to touch it a little bit, because that's where the journey kind of started. I mean, like when Zach even posted like, hey, thank you for being on this journey for me after the 10-year anniversary. I mean, so I mean, it would have to be like a little bit of that, but mainly, of course, when it came to the real, the whole campaign and everything. So
sure. I see it more of like
okay.
first of all, it would need to be Netflix, because
Of
a
course.
lot of exposure and punches are going to be thrown at Warner Brothers during this thing, which I think is awesome, at least in my mind. And I would want to have interviews set up with like Chuck Roven and Chris Nolan. And well, if we can't get anybody and we can only get one person, I would probably want DJ, because he'll never stop talking. But
Would not. That'd be so good.
this thing could be like full of pretty much everyone that was involved, and then there'd be like a thing that comes up that says like Jeff Johns, John Berg, and Joss Whedon have declined to comment. But
Yes, I like that.
anyway, sorry. That's if I ever get there, it's probably because I'm an established filmmaker in 10 years and I have a really good idea, and I go to Netflix and I'm like, this thing is going to erupt, and it's going to be really good for you.
I'm with you on it, man. It's been something I've talked about it with others as well. There's always been like this, but I mean, when it comes to making a docu series like that, I mean, like you said, try to get interviews with these people. I mean, I think like DJ would be easy because I've had access to him. Zach would be easy because I do have access to him if he would want to do it. Debbie and everybody. I mean, that's the thing though. It's like, yeah, trying to get people to interview, that'd be like the hardest part. But I mean, just to try to do something and just kind of show this crazy journey and show like how this whole thing like lifted off the ground, and then just how we got here, and then just the fact that we got to the Full Circle event, which is just crazy that we got to that point. And I think most people like understood that, like, hey, this was a celebration. You know, it was AFSP, which again, if you guys, it's pinned on the super chat. If you want to donate, please add to the Autumn Snyder link, add more to it. I mean, it's never going to stop. I'm always going to have it underneath my streams and videos. It's always very important. And AFSP was just awesome to help Zach do all this. But I mean, that's what was so great about that weekend, was the fact that it was a celebration of that journey right there, you know? And it's just, I remember leaving like after we saw freaking Zack Snyder's Justice League on the big IMAX screen, it was just kind of going like, wow. I remember just being like, getting home and being like, wow, that whole thing just freaking happened, was able to do all that. And it was surreal, definitely surreal.
No, it was amazing. I was sitting like, I think 2 rows behind Chris Terrio and the Rays.
Okay.
And it was cool. But yeah, it was the I think City Walk has dual laser 143. The only thing that could possibly be better is to see it in actual print, but
Yeah.
I don't even know if that's possible because it's a 4-hour movie. But if it were possible, it'd be cool.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, would there have to be 2 intermissions? No, I mean, yeah, but I mean, that's the way it was meant to be seen. It's just, and it sucks that, and it was funny too, because just before that, like when we did the commentary of the Man of Steel night, it was funny because Zach was talking to some of the art center people, and was just like, yeah, we're gonna see the movie the way it was meant to be seen. Only like 22 people have seen this, Justice League the way it was meant to be seen. And it's just kind of sad that that's the case. Like this big, huge movie, which is funny too, because this is what I love about the Justice's Gray version, is like when you watch that, I just think, wow, this is the most expensive and biggest indie movie I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Because it's so indie feel, because it's black and white, but it's the fucking Justice League. There's these crazy visual effects. And I mean, sometimes I'm just like, even in black and white, I'm like, I just love that, because it just, and I said this before, is like when you have it in black and white, it can hide those imperfections. Because let's face it, not everything's going to be perfect, especially when it comes to VFX. You put it in black and white, you could really hide those imperfections. When Zach was posting and teasing things on Vero, he was putting them in black and white. And one of the reasons why is because some of those shots weren't even finished. So you put it in black and white. I mean, I know he even said, I think with the Nerd Queens, he said, because he saw a big bright poster of Justice League and it made him just go, no, there should be no color in this. I can't believe they turned it into that, which, those posters were something. They turned Batman almost purple. Anyways, it was so, I kept on saying, I'm like, why is he blue? He's not blue. Okay. Anyways, so, but yeah, I mean, it just can hide those in. That's why, like, if I put on, I'll have to sit there and think. I'm like, and so most of the time, I think if I put on Zack Snyder Justice League, I put on the Justice's Gray, because there's just something about it that I love, that like, wow, this is the most expensive indie film I've ever seen, because of that notion.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I think I've only seen the black and white, I mean, a handful of times, but I love Zach's colors so much. He's just so good at nailing like these rich tones that are just like dreamy. I think my favorite color of his is probably on Watchmen or BVS. I think the two of those are just gorgeous. But I will say, there were some. I mean, I think the first teaser for Justice League from remember DC Fandom? Wow.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know why. Yeah, that came and went.
Who knows? That first one was a magical, because we had the Batman teaser, which was magical too. It was like there was so much magic that happened that first year, but yeah, that just kind of, where's it now? That was like almost 3 years ago too. Crazy.
Yeah. But the color on that first teaser, it's slightly different from the movie, but
Yeah.
that was the first time when we saw that, I was like, oh my God, these colors are gorgeous. Especially the one shot of the kid playing football in the street.
Yeah.
Does Eli have a son? Eli Snyder?
I don't know. I don't think so, but maybe I don't know. I don't know if is Zach a grandfather? I
I
don't.
guess he wouldn't. He probably would.
Yeah,
But
maybe not. I don't know.
I thought I saw somewhere that kid was like a relative of his, so I don't know.
Okay, well, I don't know. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think he does yet. And even if he did, he'd probably be like a baby or an infant.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what did you or you thought like that the little that
Shot in particular is just like gorgeous.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, it totally is. Yeah. No, I mean like yeah, there's something that when it comes to his color palette, there's something about that just and again, I mean, the way that he shoots things, and that's why I can't wait for Rebel Moon, which of course we'll talk about some of the. I mean, we were fed portions this past week or so when it came to Rebel Moon, but I mean, he just makes things pop so much.
Yeah.
And when you hear him talk about that and how he works with his VFX crew and how he works with his cinematographer and I mean, that's what makes a lot of it pop is, and I think having the settings of like low light or dark or whatever the heck. Again, not everything's going to be if you put it in broad daylight. Sometimes things are just going to be pointed out. I mean, let's face it. When it comes to like you want to compare BVS to Civil War, that airport scene looks awful. I mean, let's face it, sometimes it just looks like, what the hell were they thinking when it came to this setting? And then you have shots like just that shot that just goes up as, Batman just landed on top of that building and then it just pans up and you see Superman landing, just crisp everything. I mean, obviously the eyes are there was added post and there's a lot of things that, but it's just something that just pops when it comes to all that. And that's, I remember talking to somebody who was very familiar with VFX when it came to just even the opening of Man of Steel and how that looks and how Zach approaches explosions and flashes of light. He just knows how to work with his crew to make sure that everything just doesn't look fake. I know, I mean, obviously it's all fake, but I'm just saying, like, even when it comes to lighting or flashing or explosions, they're not having to do anything. He's trying to do the most he can on a stage so that when it comes to VFX, they don't have to worry about certain things like lighting and everything like that.
100%. I'm about to compare myself to Zack Snyder, so that's weird.
Go for it.
when we did Lucid, like, again, I think it was more than 15 shots actually, but it was somewhere around 15 shots. But there is one shot in Lucid that is completely digital, which scared the shit out of me. So it's like this sleep paralysis scene where have you ever had sleep paralysis before?
Oh yeah. That's not fun.
No, not at all. So it's this scene where it's like literally like from his perspective, and he like opens his eyes and he like looks down, and then there's like the thing in the corner that's always in the fucking corner when you have sleep paralysis. And then it like runs up and like jumps on him. So that was like, I drew it and then I pitched it to my two guys that were helping me with the VFX. And I was like, that's what I want to do. And I said that before I was shooting because luckily I thought that through. And I was like, what do I need to do to approach this? Because I had like a couple of plates that I did just for reference. And then like there was other shots in that scene that were, photographed and they were worked in.
Yeah.
So, and I think it's on my iPad somewhere, but I scanned this dorm room with a LiDAR scanner. Well, it was actually, that sounds cooler, but it was really just an app on my phone. So I had to scan the room and recreate it three-dimensionally. So it looks like a blueprint, but like you can zoom in and like, look at details. And after like hiding like Coca-Cola cans and like beer and whatever the hell that was in there, then I could do it. So I scanned the room, sent it to them. I was like, how's this? And they're like, it's perfect. I was like, cool. So yeah, they worked on this shot, and I had like too many notes probably.
Of course.
But it came back and it looks cool. And on One Man Show, there's a few VFX shots, but it's only for things like replacement. Like we got to shoot at this movie theater in my hometown, which is like gorgeous, and I had to work on Regal cinemas for like 4 months to try to get it down, and it took a lot of tooth pulling to get it done, but we got it done. So there's like the marquee on the theater itself. It says like The Flash now playing, which I guess not a lot of people read. And then it says like on the other one, it says like now hiring, go to regalmovies.com. So like obviously that can't be in the movie.
No.
But luckily, like those are, I'm about to get really technical. Those are like high enough contrast because behind them is like these neon lights and they're like pure white. So I didn't need to put like any tracking marks around them. When my visual effects guys get that shot, they'll be able to, I'm not going to tell you what I'm going to put on there, but there's going to be some fun little things, Easter eggs that I put on the marquee.
Nice.
But then also like the posters, like the movie posters outside of every movie theater, like those got to go as well. So a couple shots there, and then there's one cool shot that we did that I did use tracking dots for that I won't tell you what it is, but it's like it's a transition of sorts. It's
interesting.
Cool.
But I wanted to show this right here. Here's the poster.
That's the theater, yeah.
Yep, that's the theater right there, just like what you were talking about.
So
great shot. October 13th. Love that.
I changed the marquee.
Did you?
Okay. But it actually says like, I think on the left it says like Little Mermaid, Flash, you know. On the right it says like Regal Movies or whatever. So I changed for the poster just so it'd be cool. But yeah, that's our poster.
The poster right there, guys. And this is the actress you were talking about earlier.
That is Katie Flaherty,
the
one and only.
Yeah, she has so much grace. So much grace. Good pose.
Yeah, the funny thing is, so Purdue University, I reached out to their dance department and I was like, hey, need some help here choreographing these 2 dance numbers that I have for this movie. And they were like, okay. So they helped me. And we have a handful of dancers for one sequence. And then the other sequence is just 2 dancers, including Katie. Yeah, they were amazing. And Katie told me that she had done some dance growing up, and after we were done like doing our choreography sessions, she was like sore and like,
of course,
beat to shit, and she was like, oh my god, I can't do this again. So she was like not expecting like the level of intensity that Purdue was bringing, but it's I can promise, and this is not me trying to sell my movie, it is really cool what we did, and the choreography it's pretty amazing. So
well, let's watch the official teaser trailer here, folks.
Go for it.
I've been waiting. Yeah, so I'm gonna go ahead and share this, and let's check this out. One Man Show. All right, let's make that full screen. Here we go. Ooh, got a little goosebumps on that one.
Let's go.
Yes.
Love to
Looks
hear it.
good, man. Looks really good.
Thank you.
Wow. That music really just whoa, man. Who did the score, or where'd you find the score?
So that track is from Artlist, which, by the way, could be very helpful for you. It's a very good website. This is not sponsored. It's a very good website for like video creators, and they have like a bunch of good tracks for like trailers and stuff. So that's where I got that one.
So
However,
like royalty free kind of thing, like hey, download it,
well,
use it.
it comes with a license, and it is
Okay, so yeah, which is good for YouTube because I noticed YouTube actually really looks at that now, where because a lot of the music I use now, anytime I use for live streams, I'll actually see like license added. They automatically like, and anyway, that's just a technical thing that
yeah.
YouTube does. Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
However, the full trailer, which when I got all this footage, I got a little too excited and I actually didn't sleep one night.
Cool.
And I edited both that one and the official trailer. That one's pretty cool. I'm so excited about it. So I have some legalities to work out because it is technically licensed music, but A, I don't really give a fuck. And B, it's not because it's it's hard to explain. You'll see it in September. So,
Okay.
but that trailer is probably one of the coolest things I've ever done.
Okay. So this is just like a preamble or
Oh.
before we see something that's going to be pretty damn, because one of the things I was noticing too is like you're really emphasizing the main character, and I'm like, okay, you're seeing her, who's the dude kind of thing, and I love that aspect of it, and then maybe see him kind of towards the end, but yeah, that was cool.
You bring up a good point, and
Yeah.
I don't wanna dive it into it a ton. But if a lot of times what happens, like say your buddy goes through a breakup,
Yeah.
do you ever hear her side of the story? Or do you
No,
never hear?
never. Unless you're friends with her too, but that's a rarity.
Pretty rare. So
Yeah.
I think with this, what I'm doing here is like really only telling one person's side because
There you go.
that's the reality of how it goes. So
I like that because that was the first thing I was catching was like, okay, we're just seeing her, not that guy. So so it's showing a perspective.
this is very much her story.
Okay. Okay. Now I'm even more intrigued. I like that.
There you go.
Yeah. And so when it comes to drone shots, because I see some people in the chat talking about drone shots, I mean, that is really just like the new when I watch movies now. I mean, I know Michael Bay with his last movie, he was just all about that shit. And I was like, those are cool shots. And there's so much you could do with that now because you could strap a pretty good damn camera to it where it's not something like huge and you could just go to town with it. I mean, I don't know how many times I've like watched things, even shows now that just utilize that. Up, he's pulling out his drone.
I'm pulling a Scott McClellan right now.
Yeah, you are.
So one camera is great. However, that's actually 3-in-1.
That's 3-in-1. That looks like a
Hasselblad 24 millimeter. You got a 70 millimeter and 166 millimeter all in one device, and it is pretty damn cool.
That does look cool.
So yeah, the drone is, again, that's like what really got me going on shot making itself, because it's like it is a different world when you are up there and you can make things look however the hell you want to. And I became obsessed with it. And I love drone stuff. So in this movie, there are 3 drone shots.
3.
One of them was in there over the theater.
Yeah.
Which that was awesome. But I think there's 2 others that will be in there at some point.
Okay, so only 3 okay. How the hell did you get that thing?
What?
What you just showed, that piece of machinery that you just showed?
This is I never talked to Steven about drones, but I'm sure he's
I don't. Oh, I'm sure he's fascinated. I mean, but yeah, I mean,
DJI is the company. If you ever want a drone, I will say they have some like consumer drones now that are like super affordable and super easy to use. They had one back in the day. I say back in the day, 4 years ago, called Spark. They don't make them anymore, but they used to be like the family drone. Like you could literally fly it with your hand and like tell it to take pictures or do whatever. And now I think
Minority Report type shit right there. That's great. Yeah.
And now the most affordable one I think is the DJI Mini.
Okay.
And it's still like it does 4K. It does like 48 megapixel, I think. So I mean they are like the drone thing is like very cool, I think, and they're getting more and more affordable and better and better and better as time goes on. So
I mean, soon it's just gonna be. I mean, everybody. I mean, you even see it now, like obviously with like YouTube videos and stuff. But I mean, I'm noticing a lot more in like shows and movies and whatever the hell. Like they're more in there, which is great. I mean, because then I mean, like I said, Michael Bay had fun with that ambulance movie. That was one. I mean, we had a bad theater experience because the audio was all fucked up, but I was still noticing. I had to rewatch that movie because I just had a bad. We're like, wait, the fucking, the dialogue is very low and all the background noise is very high. This is not right. And of course, the theater people are like, sounds fine to me. It's like, okay, it's not. But what can you do? They're not going to see it. But yeah, there was just so many shots where I was like, man, he really had some fun with some of these drone shots. And I mean, it fits. I mean, it's evolving to that. So I mean, before they couldn't do that. I mean, there was a lot of crane, a lot of we even just saw you like on some of your behind the scenes stuff, you were even having like, weren't you even holding like some cameras like on that rig that you wear?
That was a Steadicam. Actually, so there's a picture today of I saw it for the first time today, but of Ben Affleck
doing that. That's what I was going to be referring to too. Is like
same exact rig.
Okay, because I was actually going to pull up your picture here. Let's see, where are you at? There you go. Because I remember, you had something similar to that.
Oh, I think what you're referring to. I had a.
Okay.
So, but yeah, Josiah, who's my DP.
Yeah, he had it on.
He had Steadicam, but I was just watching it.
Okay, you were just watching it.
I will say this is my first time not operating. I operated a couple of the drone shots, but this is my first time not being a director cameraman, it was like kind of a sigh of relief because when you are like gaffing and making sure sound's good and directing the talent and making sure the shot's good and pulling focus and doing all of those things, something's going to suffer because of it. And I think that's what I've seen honestly in a lot of like my past work and this time around. And it was a really last minute thing. And I was just like, I can't shoot this thing. So I found Josiah Duncan, who is amazing. And he had all of that equipment. And this is his first time like getting into narrative work in a long time. He normally does like talking head stuff. And like, I think most of his work comes from like medical type videos and commercials. And he was very excited to do it, and I was like, hell yeah. And also, we shot on the RE Alexa 35, which
sounds cool. I'm like, anytime like there's stuff like when it comes to like the names of this, I'm like, yeah, I don't delve into the camera porn as much as you and like Steven and Zach, but I'm like, that sounds cool.
Put in perspective, I think Joker was shot on the Alexa 65, and I believe the sequel to Joker was shot on the 35, I think. Okay. So it's been used on professional, film sets already. But the camera's only about a year old, and it's amazing. It's got like 18 stops of dynamic range, and I'll stop talking because you're not Steven. But it's like it's pretty powerful, and it was cool to be able to use. And he actually literally just got it out of the box like the day
Really?
before we
So it
started.
was just fresh.
It was baby.
Wow. Broke it in. So cool. No, I mean, and then like, I mean, I remember I've seen the shots, I mean, for Oppenheimer, just seeing those IMAX cameras.
Oh, that's
And that's just I know, but it's just crazy to like to see what goes into that and like how, you know, even when you see behind the scenes of what Zach shot when it came to IMAX, and you just a simple shot of just like you know, Jesse Eisenberg getting his hair buzzed,
yeah.
you know, shaved off, just to see like a big huge IMAX like on a, you know, obviously on an arm or something like that. That's just that captured that whole thing because it was an IMAX shot. I mean, yeah, it's just crazy. Like, and then even when Zach was like, there's a shot of him just like holding that thing, and that thing just looks like, I mean, it's got to be what, 100 pounds, maybe 80 pounds, something. I don't know.
They're about 8 pounds, but like
Yeah.
they're just super awkward because they're
Yeah.
really like the size of like a mini fridge, and they're like, I mean, it's the most, you know, it's still even with like what Ari's doing digitally now, like you can't make a better image than, you know, IMAX 65 millimeter.
Yeah.
It just you just can't, and I don't even know if we'll ever be able to. However, I did see something today. Someone leaked a photo from set of an Apple show, and they're shooting
Oh, yeah,
native.
I saw that. They're shooting in the whatchamacallit,
Yeah,
the
I mean, they
VR.
have like normal camera, but like on top of the rig, I think is like it's like native 180 VR, so it's going to be compatible. And I don't know how they're going to do it, and I need to do some research because it's probably going to be my reality pretty soon. But they're making everything compatible with the what's it called? Vision Pro, is that what it's called now? I can't remember.
Yeah, I think it's
VR,
yeah, something like that. Vision, yeah, something, yeah.
which is like insane. So I
Yeah.
can't wait to see like what that actually looks like. But yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I saw that too. Somebody actually sent it to a group chat I was in, and I didn't look too much into it, but I was like, "Oh, they're gonna be filming their Apple TV content and movies and everything." So then you can actually just strap one of those bad boys on and whoa, I can't even imagine. See, that's the thing when it comes to like technology. I mean, I love just going to the movies and seeing big screen, boom, that's what it is. But everything's gonna get so even more, and it kind of scares me a little bit.
It scares me as well because I
Yeah.
want this to be my profession.
Yeah.
And pretty soon, I don't even know if I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to say that I may not be needed, but it's a scary path that's happening. But I think it's probably a good thing.
It is.
It opens up more avenues for sure. But like,
Well, it always evolves, and you have to
sure.
evolve with it. I mean, when it comes to Zach, it seems like he does very much. I mean, I remember him even with the new red camera that he was like going to be using for Rebel Moon. I mean, he's all about the new technology, and he wants to tinker around with it and play around with it. I mean, you know, and then you got somebody like Nolan who's still very much all about, yeah, he's going to be, you know, he's going to utilize certain things, but he's very old school when it comes to, you know, I mean, some people are going to be seeing the movie on film, Oppenheimer, which that's pretty cool. I
Yeah.
mean, yeah, on 70 millimeter, whatever. But
5.
yeah, was it 65?
Mhm.
Oh, okay, so I was off by 5. Damn
Well,
it, my math.
he shoots IMAX 65, but he also shoots 70
Okay, that's
um
regular, right?
regular.
Yeah, there you go.
Because the thing with like IMAX is that you can't shoot dialogue necessarily because of how loud they are. And I'm
Okay.
sure he's got a lot of workarounds for that because then the whole thing, or I guess if he didn't, the whole thing would be in 65. But yeah, it's going to be, especially with the thing today. I mean, this was probably expected. And it's funny because like people don't know the difference between like a fully CG shot and like stuff that has VFX work on something that's already physically there. I saw that today. Like there's 0 CG shots in Oppenheimer, which is, I mean, it's impressive because Interstellar has a handful
Yeah.
fully CG shots, and that's, I mean, Interstellar is probably my favorite movie. But
Oh yeah, it's what was I watching? A few weeks ago, I watched 2001: Space Odyssey,
Yeah.
and I was like, all right, it's classic because I mean, I think that that was when the whole Turner Classic Movie thing was like happening. So I was like, I just was here, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go down that the library in Max, and I was like, I haven't watched 2001 in a while, and nowadays. Yeah, there's a lot of people that are just not going to enjoy that movie. I've talked about that. And I'm just kind of going, yeah, but Christopher Nolan, he basically made his version of that.
Sure.
He made a version of 2001: Space Odyssey. Nobody should remake it. Nobody should remake it.
Oh God, no.
No, that's a movie that's that Jaws, Back to the Future. Yeah, you just don't touch those. But you make a different version. You make something else. And I think that's what Christopher Nolan really did. And, like you said, a lot of things were practical, especially, I mean, there was miniatures, there was, he was utilizing all that. But yeah, there's going to be some few effects that are peppered in there, but can you see where they are? I mean, that's the thing.
And I think the cool thing with like explosions and stuff, and like I know it's like a meme like on the internet, like, oh, Chris Nolan dropped a nuke somewhere.
It's always been a meme.
There's really simple ways to use miniatures to recreate a nuclear blast.
Didn't they use that for Terminator 2? Didn't they have
I was gonna bring up Indiana Jones, but I think
for that. Yeah. For Crystal Skull.
Yeah. But I think I saw a video on Twitter that was like, and that means it's real, by the way, that it was like it was a miniature. I mean, it wasn't an atomic bomb, but it was like a firework almost. But there's easy ways, and I saw it, and I knew it was kind of real because of the shots that we've seen like up close of the blast, like in the trailers, and like people are expecting there to be like this giant like climactic sequence of like a really wide shot of like seeing the bomb go off, and there's so many more effective ways that Nolan would do that's not that, and it's gonna be like probably I personally think it's gonna be like this 2-minute long sequence of like these beautiful like slow motion fire shots that he could get practically because that's what he would do. So
that's what I'm wondering too. Like when we finally get to that shot, I'm assuming that's going to be towards the end. Of course, it's probably going to be the climax of the whole thing, of course. But yeah, that's going to be something just absolutely magical. And the fact that he's just like, nope, we're not doing CGI, we're doing real, we're doing whatever. But we're going to bring somebody in who showed up backstage when it comes to the panel. We're bringing in Rebecca right now. Hey. You're muted. There you go.
Muted. That would be a problem. You would not.
That would be a problem.
So, hey, Jacob, it's been really fun to hear about your experience in your short film. So, congrats on all of that. Yeah. While y'all were talking, I was like, oh, I went to momentlens.com because I was like, maybe I need to get some new gear for myself. So,
right.
It was pretty inspiring.
When you talk to somebody like Jacob, or you talk to like Steven, and you just go like, man, what the heck, I need to upgrade. I need to upgrade or something like that, but yeah, it's just it's an art. It's definitely an art. Like the photography that Steven does and photography that anybody that even Zach has done. I mean, it's and I know like and I actually want to talk to you, Jacob, too, about like, because we've talked about the Flash a lot. I don't know, did you see the Flash? You didn't see the Flash. I love how he's just like
yeah, I listen.
Because one particular thing I wanted to ask was because Steven and I have talked about, I think Steven even talked about it on here like after, is there is I mean, you've probably seen it in the trailer, just the way that things are shot, like especially when you have close-ups and everything. I don't know, there's almost like a fisheye look to certain things. It was a choice that Muschietti chose, and I think it didn't work with a lot of people, I guess you could say.
So I think most of that came from like the Wayne Manor stuff. I've seen that one shot of Sasha on I guess it's that pretty much that whole scene I think was shot on that, like it's literally like a 14 millimeter, 16 millimeter lens. Whatever Steven says is probably right. But I mean, yes, it's a creative choice. I I don't agree with it. And
Yeah.
the reason why people are like, that's horrible CGI, it's not horrible CGI. It's just not flattering, in my opinion. But I mean, listen, it is what it is. And I think like that combined with shots that are horrible CGI, it's just like, it doesn't help. You know what I mean? It's just like, it is what it is. So no, I have not seen Flash. I'm frankly not really interested. I think it's cool that people like it, and I think it's cool that they went and did what they did. I think it's great that Michael Shannon asked Zack to do it, and he was like, "Sure, go do it." I'm frankly, I wasn't really interested from the beginning, and I tried to, and I thought some of the trailers were cool, and then I was just like, I don't know. I'll watch it on Max when it comes out on Max. I'll be there. I promise.
There you go. So you're gonna get some, get a watch out of that. We also got Phil joining right now. What is up, man?
How's it going, everybody?
Hey, Phil.
It's going good. We got a bunch of we got a group here that was all at Full Circle, which is cool. Always cool for that to happen. We were all there. But I don't know if you guys met Jacob.
I remember.
Yeah.
Awesome.
It was a pretty like I said, it was a crazy time, but didn't want it to end. Such a fun time. But I know, like it would be cool, and maybe like I said, further down the line, just like you being able to talk to Zack more about this kind of stuff, because again, lenses, that's his bread and butter too.
I would love to.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'm just like, what? It shoots, right? It's good. That's fine. But, I like to pick Steven's brain, but I'm sure you get, maybe I'll try to get that. We'll have a lens off or something like that on the Vodka stream one of these days. You guys all just like, show the lens. I mean, obviously Zack would win. I mean, let's face it. The guy's got probably just, God, he's got an arsenal of lenses. But maybe we'll have to like do that. What did you think, like Jacob? And again, Phil, thank you for joining.
Absolutely, thanks for the invite as always, my friend.
Also, you were back, but I wanted to ask, Jacob, like when it came to Army of the Dead, did you like the Dream Lens?
I did, and so it's a funny story because I brought Army up on our first day of shooting. Josiah's AC wasn't there, so I had to pull focus, and I was pulling focus on like, I think so in terms of aperture, they didn't even come as close to as open as Army was, because Army's like ridiculous because like my nose could be in focus, but my eye isn't. So like two guys that Zack had pull focus for Army, I pray for them because I was doing it and I was like, this is impossible. So the Dream Lenses, I think they were a really cool and crazy, literally like actually crazy concept to do for a feature film. And it's sad because I mean, I would love to see that universe continue. I don't know what Netflix's plan is right now. It just seems like really weird in limbo.
It's all about Rebel Moon right now. I'm hoping
Rebel Moon is not exactly like not a time consuming thing. So I mean, I hope we get back to the Army verse and see what happens over there. But
funny, I actually rewatched Army of the Dead like last week.
Yeah,
like around 4th of July, and I noticed a lot more of the Dream Lens stuff this time around. It's a choice, and it I think for the atmosphere of that movie, it definitely fits within the confines of that world a lot better.
Yeah,
it does. Rebecca, did you like the Dream Lens look for Army?
Yeah, I did. I like the creative choice behind that. Just trying something new, trying something different, trying something that maybe he hadn't seen somebody do before, and kind of wanted to see how it would work. And I think Phil mentioned it, but for the context of the film and the characters and the situation they were going through, I think that really worked for that, because I'm to be honest, not a zombie person. I tried watching The Walking Dead, gave up like 3 seasons in, never been a big zombie fan, you know, watching all the zombie films and TV shows and things. So I think for the zombie stuff, I think that really worked because it gave it this sort of strange, ethereal, kind of surreal quality to it that I think for me puts that in a little better sort of zombie state. So I like the trying new things. I think that's cool.
Did I tell you guys that I'm probably one of the only few people on the planet who have met both directors of both versions of Dawn of the Dead?
Huh.
Both versions of Dawn of the... Oh,
So-
yeah, that's right. You did. Yeah, you've told me. Yeah.
I've told you. I don't know if I...
Tell the story, though, yeah.
So, okay. April of 2015, I was in San Jose, and I was visiting some family, and there was this, like, little pop-up horror con thing, and then next door, like, half of Metallica was playing some kind of little musical festival. I don't remember exactly which members were there, but me and my cousin walk into this little pop-up horror deal, and I see this man with big giant glasses at a booth with a bunch of posters, a bunch of movie posters in all different various from various cultures. Like I think I saw a Japanese version of the Dawn of the Dead poster, and there was a Night of the Living Dead poster there, I think in French or something. But I distinctly remember seeing the poster of Dawn of the Dead in Japanese, and I walked up and I was like, that movie is incredible, but Night of the Living Dead like set the bar for zombie storytelling. Dude looked up and went, oh yeah, I remember when I shot that. And I was like, oh fuck, you're George Romero. and he goes, how you doing? Nice to meet you. We had a pretty solid conversation about, you know, the zombie genre and like Dawn of the Dead, Night of the Living Dead, and just specifically Night of the Living Dead. I remember seeing that in film in my film class in college way back when, and he was just the nicest person you could ever imagine to meet, and I think he passed away at least a year or so after that. And then I think I had seen Dawn of the Dead from Zack Snyder, obviously at some point, either before or after, I think before meeting George Romero, because I remember, oh, he remade that movie from George Romero. Okay, cool. And then, you know, going to Full Circle, I was like, oh, hey, look, now I've met both of them. How about that?
That's cool.
That is pretty sweet. No, but yeah, that what was his last film that he did, George Romero? Did he? I remember he did Land of the Dead, but that was like
Might have been
2000s.
I'm gonna be wrong here, but I almost want to say I don't think it was Diary. I think it might have been Land of the Dead.
Was it Land of the Dead? Because I saw Land of the Dead. Maybe that was like, I forgot what year that was, but no. But when it comes to even the Dreamland, I mean, obviously Zach used it for the nightmare sequence too, which really fit that the tone and the aesthetic of that whole sequence when it came to, because technically, what happens?
Survival of the Dead, 2009.
Survival of the Dead. That's right. He just really kept with it. He really kept with it.
I want to watch Diary of the Dead.
Diary was before Survival.
Are the zombies like keeping a journal? What?
Oh,
are they writing down about the day in the life of a zombie?
It's been a long while. Oh man.
I want to know what that's about. Now I'm intrigued.
Dear Diary. Yeah, that would have been something. Yeah, I don't think I saw Diary or Survival. I think the last one I saw was Land of the Dead. I think so,
that. Yeah.
Which that was interesting concept because it had like the zombies remembering their previous life. Like you had like a gas station employee and he was like, and then he would just do that by muscle memory kind of thing. It was kind of cool. Yeah, it kind of like something like that. So then they were realizing, oh wait, maybe we can, you know, get humanity back if there's still humanity in these creatures. So yeah, it was an interesting concept, but overall it's just a zombie fest. When it comes to Zack's though, I mean, he's like got aliens. He's got
cyborgs.
That was like I guess right now that's like the saddest thing about like the whole army thing for me, because it's like he stuffed the hell out of that thing, and it's like why can't I see what's going on? Like I'm gonna butcher the hell out of this. Like I'm not even gonna say it. The name of the cell alone, or the safe
was it? Yeah,
the Gota Damarong or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, it's something close to that.
Damarong.
That literally translates.
Where's Scott when we need him? Sorry.
Twilight of the Gods.
Yep.
Which is
bonkers.
I mean,
like, he's got that and the whole alien thing and the whole government thing, like, and everything that was in the context of the film that just Tanaka was having them go through. Like, what? And we can't like go from there.
Well, I think there hasn't been any word. I mean, we're still waiting on Las Vegas, the prequel, right? Is a prequel animated series. We're still waiting on that whole thing, and then we're hoping to get that Planet of the Dead because I mean, I remember Zach even came on here the weekend of, and of course we were asking him questions and we were just giving our theories, and he would just be like, "Yep, that's a theory." He wouldn't answer anything, of course, but we were
very
going
coy,
through.
yeah.
Oh yeah, he was very coy, which is great, and that's what I love. It was like he wasn't just going to start spilling everything. I mean, even though we were doing a full-on spoiler discussion and we were talking about different aspects of the movie, but I just love the fact that we were able to just throw our theories at him, and then of course he'd just be like, "Yeah, maybe." Kind of that's all we got was like, "Yeah, maybe."
The funny thing is, I think him and Matthias were on a jump for Army of Thieves, which I guess we did get that, but like they were talking about like a theory, and I'm pretty sure they flat out like just said, "Yep."
I remember something about that.
I can't remember what it was, but I think it had.
I can't either.
Yeah, I think I know. I vaguely remember what you're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I wish I could remember now, but there was something where, they like gave away a little too.
Well, there's also like the whole alternate timeline talk. Too.
Yeah, there's
I think that's what it was.
Yeah.
Which that was very interesting. I mean, there's so many layers. I mean, that's the thing. It's like go big or go home. I mean, even with Rebel Moon,
100%.
I mean, he was even said in the New Empire, which just gave us so much, which was so great. That he wrote like a 450 page like Bible for the whole thing for
Like just
for the bad guys, right? For the that's how detailed he goes. Yeah. And that's the thing is like you have to appreciate that when you're literally building a world. I mean, that's what going back to even just when he wanted Wonder Woman in his DC universe, he created a whole backstory, which we still want to see. Let's face it, we still comic book form would be great. The 1850 whatever 54 is that Yep. And shot a picture, and he had this whole backstory. He was like, "Yep, let's do that." And just backstory. Just you really have to like. He's a gardener. He's like going, only we got to plant the roots. Yeah, they're only going to see this part, but there's going to be all this crap right here that we have to plant if you want to make like a good, cohesive story. And when I read that he wrote that 450 page like little Bible, it's like, yeah, that sounds like. But I'm just going, how? Like, I mean, it must have been over obviously many years. He's been wanting to do this for 20 plus years, but it's just crazy to go in that much detail. I mean, I don't think there's a 450 page Star Wars Bible. Maybe there is.
It's called Dune, actually.
It's called what?
It's called Dune.
Oh yeah.
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 Well, I mean, when you're let's see, the pitch was made allegedly in like 2012, right? As they got bought by Disney, right?
It was right before.
Right before they got bought by Disney. So when you have all that time to tinker around and make it not Star Wars and make it your own thing, but still at the same time, like honor those who have come before you, like George Lucas, like Frank Herbert to some extent or another, I think it's pretty. It's awesome. Like what other word is there to describe it when you have a 450 page Bible of creativity dedicated towards one aspect of your entire movie franchise? That's dedication. That's equivocal to George Lucas going back and forth and refining the initial Star Wars script to be what it was to include from Starkiller to Luke Skywalker.
Yeah,
I think that's dedication. I think when Rebel Moon comes out, it's going to probably not necessarily change the conversation, but it's going to add to the conversation of sci-fi epics like Dune, like Star Wars, like Star Trek. I think it's gonna finally give something in that vein that people have wanted for so long that isn't quite that established IP that people are so accustomed to.
I would be interested to talk to him and just ask him like what's been changed. Like I would love to hear about the original. I don't know if it was called Rebel Moon, but the original script for when it was a
Like the
Wars.
original Star Wars pitch. Is that?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
would love to go back in time and sit in that room.
Well, even in that article, it said like he pitched it as R-rated, of course.
Yep.
R-rated, not using known characters, and I mean, essentially was just trying to create something new.
Yeah.
And it was, I mean, he basically was like, yeah, that, you know, R-rated, that's a non-starter kind of thing. They're not gonna go for that for a Star Wars movie, even though they probably should. Like, you're gonna have some that can get a little bit more adult.
And
like
the R rating, I would imagine, was mostly because of violence.
Yeah,
probably.
Usually when this kind of thing happens, it's because he wants to take the violence and make it real and make it have weight and consequences to it. So I don't think he was like going to go in and have them pew pew and the blasters and saying the F-bomb every 5 minutes. I think it was mostly about violence and how that would be portrayed. That's my guess anyway.
Yeah, because I mean, Zack's movie's never been like, just a F-bomb fest.
Yeah.
There. I mean, like Army of the Dead had some, sure, but I think he knows where to utilize those F-bombs. He did, when it came to Justice League, and then obviously when we heard that Batman was going to have an F-bomb, I was like,
no, scandal.
Yeah. That was such a scandal, right? Remember that? Remember when everybody was like freaking out? And then I was just like, he's saying it to the Joker. It's got to be saying it to the Joker. And it was funny because I remember telling one of the TPZ guys, I was like, he says this is the Joker, right? Because he's gonna like threaten him to kill him or something. And he goes, "Did Zack tell you?" I'm like, "No." I'm just getting into the mindset. And then it was like, oh, I was like, no. I was like, oh, is that what happens? But it was like, yeah, well, kind of. I was like, cool. I guessed it. I was like, yes. It's like, of course he's going to threaten. He's going to threaten the Joker and say, I'm going to fucking kill you. I'm like, I was like, that line was going to be in there. And Zack was like, I mean, when it comes to comparing that Joker exchange to, of course, the infamous Dark Knight interrogation scene, I mean, it's up there in my eyes because it's just it's different. It's completely different. They're totally like different because you have a more grounded approach, different Joker, different Batman interrogation. Then you got this nightmare, this whole alternate timeline, and you got the Joker and Batman working together, and just the exchange on both of them are fantastic, of course. But man, did that scene, I think Zack wrote that entire scene too. I don't think that was even a Terrio thing. He said he wrote that. He fucking just really took that exchange and just upped it when it came to the stakes involved in what was happening, and the pushing of the buttons of each of those two, like bringing up Robin, bringing up Harley. Jesus Christ, like they just totally were just to the soft spots, just totally just poking at it,
or even like being so on the nose with where they were going with that story in general. How many alternate timelines do you destroy the world because you don't have the balls to die yourself? Yeah. Like,
that's pretty good.
And it's just like, because he was supposed to die in the third film, saving the child and saving everybody. Like it was so on the nose and so in such a great way. And it's unforgettable because it's also true, because the Joker's basically look at him like, how far are you really willing to go in order for this shit to not happen? And you have yet to go that far. So that's why we're here in the first place. And I think that exchange between them, as Dave said, is very, it's up there with the Dark Knight. And I would even say it's up there with like the Batman interrogation between Keegan and Pattinson. Where
right. You forget there's that Joker exchange too,
and like
that's more Hannibal Lecter-esque.
Oh yeah, but the bigger point is like you feel the history between the two characters when they interact, and I think that should always be the ultimate goal, is when you feel the history and you feel like the pain from both. Well, more so Batman than the Joker. When you feel the realness of like this back and forth cat and mouse relationship that they've had, that I think is when it's presently at its finest.
Oof, man, just
love that relationship.
It's really good. All right, we got a couple of people joining right now. They just got done with their show. We got Andy, we got Jordan. What is happening?
You need to give me. You need to
no.
give me a warning. You need to give me a warning, Dave.
Never.
I don't want to look like
Never.
I'm like just sitting on my phone like the millennial that I am.
I thought when he was bringing me in, I was middle of drinking. Like, oh crap. Okay, hold on.
You need to. You need to be like, guys, are you ready? Like, there's squares down there, Dave. We can be like, yes, we're ready.
Nope, never gonna ever say like they're coming in now. Nope.
Yeah.
Gotta bring you in.
You're either ready or you're not.
So we get that reaction that we got from you right there. But
I
thank
get
you
a
guys.
reaction.
Yeah, there you go. Oh, I know. That's right. I mean, it's in your name. It's in your brain.
Yeah,
literally.
I'm
True.
not a natural reactor though. Like again, like Jordan usually has to like direct me when we're doing like thumbnails or something. He's like, and if you need to look like a little more excited,
You got to look like you actually like this.
Dude,
remember.
this is why I'm not a reaction channel, because I'm too busy like looking and just anytime I'm watching a trailer, I'm like, I'm just looking like, I barely react. Like you do a great job. When I watch your reactions to everything, you are very animated, that's what it takes to have a successful reaction channel. When I watch the Real Rejects or the Cyber Nerds, those guys, I mean, when it comes to trailers, I mean, I'm looking to you guys for that. I'll do a reaction, I'll do it live, and I'll try to be, but I don't know. To me, when I'm watching a trailer, I'm looking at all of it and I'm just like taking it in. So it's hard for me to just be like, what the, oh my God.
There was one time Jordan had to direct me when there was a fun we were doing for, I think it was a few months ago. Yeah. And like, he was like, put your hands up, like, cover over your mouth. Okay. And higher. I'm like, what does it matter? It's like, just put it higher. I'm like,
I gotta, because the thing is like, if we're pulling an image from the actual reaction from StreamYard, we're like in the corner, like small, it's blurry and it's not good. So I need a facial expression I can use to show your excitement for this trailer. I mean, like perfect example, like in terms of like seeing everything, that Dune Part 2 trailer that came out of nowhere on that Thursday, last week.
Yeah.
That there was so much going on. It was hard to comprehend because like, oh, that's really cool. Oh, next thing. Like I wanted, then it's already a 3-minute trailer. So
yeah,
I don't know. And was there any like indication that was coming out before it
Not
did?
really.
I didn't hear anything.
I think Empire did a small spread before they did the trailer.
Oh,
I think.
Okay.
I was wondering if they put it out to kind of mask the Flash situation.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of things that are trying to mask the Flash.
Well, I mean, DC is kind of like in a roller coaster, but at least right now with My Adventure Superman, it's up now. It's up. It's doing okay. Good.
Oh, you're talking about the new Superman?
My Adventure Superman. Right now, the roller coaster for DC is up at the moment.
Yeah.
Until
I wanted to get everybody's opinion on that. Jacob, I'm not sure if you even watched that. The My Adventures of Superman, the new animated Superman that came out
with Jack Quaid.
Yeah,
I've not.
Are you big on anime at all?
Not really.
Okay, so you're with me. Okay, I'm not big on that.
I mean, it's cool.
I mean, I'm not saying like this is like full on anime, but it definitely is drawn like it, and it has moments where it's like, oh, okay, that's pretty. And I saw people on the timeline just kind of doing that. I mean, I watched it this morning. There was it showed up at midnight last night, which didn't show up for me. Obviously, I'm Pacific, and again, it's like, man. And then I'm looking at my timeline. There's people that are live tweeting it and tweeting scenes, and I'm like, come on, guys, can you relax a little bit? I can't watch it right now.
Rebecca, remember those days when we had to live tweet the shows?
Oh yeah, I totally used to do that every week.
Every episode. Yeah,
for 9.
You guys. No, it's fine. I get it. That's part of the whole thing. But at the same time, this is somebody, I was like seeing people who are, I'm like, do you even have? Why are you saying things that are happening? All right. It didn't matter to me. I'm like, it's a cartoon.
Yeah, that's the difference. I think like feels like, oh, you can live tweet and just say like, oh, I like this scene or mention something that's maybe not too spoilers, but people are like, they're posting like, so who's this guy at the end of episode 2? I'm like, guys. And so look, I didn't see that stuff. And I think I now know their kind of time zone thing because 9 a.m. for me Eastern Standard is when they drop the 2 episodes on Max. So now, because I was wondering, like, what time are they going to drop this? Because it keeps saying coming soon. I'm like, what time though? And then I'm thinking, is it going to be noon? But it seems it's 9 a.m. So that's fine. Because I was like, I can't watch it live. And I wasn't going to stay up till midnight. I was tired.
Yeah.
But it's like, come on, drop them. Because Adult Swim, like people are like, oh, Adult Swim has episode 1 on the website. And then they dropped the first episode on YouTube, on Adult Swim's YouTube channel.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Not the second, the first. Obviously, the second one, that's the one you want to watch after seeing the first one. But yeah. To get everyone enticing. People are still asking, where can you watch it? Well, on Max. I don't know if you don't have Max, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
Oh, you know how people are. No, but I mean, like, I enjoyed it. It's very lighthearted. It's very different. I thought it was kind of funny because this week we heard that James Gunn said that Superman Legacy is not an origin story, which he already said that before, but this is an office origin, he said. So we're like, okay, so it's going to be Daily Planet, Clark Kent starting that.
And then office origin.
Yeah.
He's like, huh?
Something like, so I'm like, okay, which is good because, when it came to Zach was more about a different side. Obviously in BBS, Daily Planet stuff, and we saw Clark do his thing. If obviously not the theatrical cut, but the ultimate cut, we saw him actually be the reporter that is Clark Kent. But and when I was watching this, I'm like, wow, this is just 100% that. I mean, it starts off with them like Clark and Lois. Well, like Lois has already been an intern, but Clark is now just like new with Jimmy, and Jimmy and him are like besties. They live together, which was different. I was like, whoa. And we've all seen it, by the way, right?
I have.
Okay, we've all. You have not?
Have not.
Damn it, Phil.
That's weird. I'm an anime kid, and it's just I know it's there. I don't have Max anymore, so it's like, will I watch Superman, My Adventure Superman? Probably, maybe one day. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, but I was appreciating the different take when it came to at least that. Go ahead, Jordan.
All I was gonna say was one of my favorite things about it is that Jimmy is a conspiracy theorist or whatever.
He's pretty good.
That.
Yeah.
I love that. It's so funny.
Wait till you get to the later episodes because there's something he does that I'm like, this is so perfect for this generation.
I love when he meets Lois and they're behind Perry, and obviously he is done with this conversation. And every time he mentions something like Mothman or whatever, it like darkens a little bit, like the screen. He's like, Mothman. He's like, mer people. It's like, have you thought about these robots come from beyond the stars? Like, I love this. This is such a different take for Jimmy, but it's so good. I love it.
The best thing about my adventures with Superman is not even about Superman at all, in my opinion. There is a group of kids in the show that they call themselves the News Kid Legion, I think.
Yeah.
Which if people do not know, I have studied this thoroughly.
Yes.
And so this is how I know.
Supergirlradio.com.
You can go to Supergirl Radio and look up the Guardian character spotlight and you'll learn all about the Newsboy Legion. But in the comics, Guardian, the character of Guardian, Jim Harper, there's 3 Guardians, but the first one is Jim Harper. He adopts this ragtag group of kids and they call themselves the Newsboy Legion. And they're like his confidential informants out in the streets. And so they see everything that's going on and they report back to Guardian. And it's one of my favorite things in DC Comics that there's this group of kids. They have like ID cards. They're like the Newsboy Legion or Army, depending on what comic you're reading. And they showed up in my adventures with Superman. And I was like, oh my gosh, I campaigned for years on Supergirl Radio for the Supergirl TV show to do a Newsboy Legion because they had Guardian on the show and they never did it. They had seasons of 2 Guardians on the show, never did Newsboy Legion. And here they did it in my adventures with Superman. So I just want to say thank you to the people who run the show for making my dream come true.
When that scene happened, I was like, Rebecca needs to see this show as soon as possible because if she gets this spoiled on Twitter, like I can never forgive myself. Because
I gasped. I literally, when I was watching, I was like, oh my gosh.
I imagine you did. I imagine you did.
So funny. So I just wanted to chime in there with that. That's my favorite part about it so far.
Yeah, okay, so
That's
you're enjoying.
rad.
Are you enjoying the show?
Yeah,
too?
I think it's
Yeah.
good. What I think is good about it is because I never, when I'm watching, especially like a Superman iteration, I never want to see like the same old. And what I think they've done well in My Adventures with Superman is that they've added to it. They've added some things to the mythology, the stuff about the ship that he comes in and he gets. I'm trying not to spoil too much, but everybody knows that like there's a ship that he comes in and he gets information about his heritage. And
He's an
so
alien?
I think some of that is really interesting. There's a different new take on that, and so I think that's really cool. I'm a little confused about like how. Well, I guess I shouldn't be confused. Now that I think about it, I'm not confused anymore. But there's some new things that that they've done that I think have been really good. I think some of the Lois Clark Jimmy stuff is interesting just because they're introduced to us as the audience a little younger. They're not quite. I guess they're adults. I kind of got the idea, Dave, that they were in college. That
That's
Clark
what
and
I
Jimmy
thought,
were like
too.
college
That was, like,
roommates.
yeah, they were really. They're very young.
Yeah, so they're not quite like adult professionals in the working world, but they
They're
are
interns at the Daily Planet.
Yeah, so I don't think
Yeah.
they're teenagers. I think they're in college. That's what I got out of it. But
That's what it looks like.
but yeah, so it's a little different take because they're a little younger starting out, and I have no idea what the take on one of the characters is. I was like, what is this? So there I have some gripes.
Wait, who?
There's a character who has electrical powers.
Oh,
And,
yeah, I got nervous about that one.
I had a lot of questions about that. I was like, what the heck is this?
Yeah.
I don't understand this at all. It's very strange and not to her character. But anyway, but that was the only kind of big gripe I had with it. So I think there are some things that I think that they are doing well. I think the Newsboy Legion thing, though, really clues me into there are people who are creating the show who actually have done their homework, which impresses me.
Good to hear.
Good to hear. No, yeah, it's like you said with the ship and just I mean, and one of the things too I was liking, and then another thing I was thinking too is like, and it's not spoilery or anything like that, but I'm just saying like when they show young Clark, there's a lot of most iterations don't have him with the glasses. He has the glasses, just like a little detail like that when it comes to young Clark. I mean, when you see like Superman the movie, or I mean, and you see I mean. I'm trying to think of like
Smallville.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that it's like he doesn't have the glasses, but when he was a kid, it was just a minor detail. But I was like, okay, so he's got glasses before he even knows how to do certain things, which they try to establish at the beginning of both episodes. You're basically starting off with like a flashback, and I'm kind of curious. I'm like, all right, is the third one going to be like that too? Because I don't know, it's kind of cool, it's kind of interesting, but it worked with those stories in those episodes because with the ship and just learning how to do things, and then of course we see modern day and I know there's people online that are just like, hey, I have some really weird takes when it comes I know, Jordan,
so okay, not to go too deep into this because I don't want to. Oh god, okay, I could spend all day talking about this.
If you're gonna go into it, go deep.
I am.
Yeah,
because I feel like some people are just rushing. Oh, I don't understand this. I need to know this now. No, you don't. It's called storytelling. Wait. Like people are like, I need to know the answers to this now. Or people taking their information just from Twitter, not watching the show. Because they see the opening scene after, of course, when he's a kid and everything. We see all that in the opening of the first episode. He wakes up, starts destroying shit, not meaning to, and it's a fun little moment. But he's nervous and he's breaking stuff. He's just constantly breaking crap. He just can't help it. So it's like, this doesn't make any sense. He had his powers the other day. He should have known how to control. It's like, if you watch episode 2, you understand why he doesn't know how to do that. Because he made a decision that greatly affected his life from that point to the present day. And then if you watch episode 2, you see what occurs. It just I just get so mad at people. And as
what did he wait, I don't know. What are they complaining about?
They're complaining about certain aspects like they want all their questions answered immediately. And like especially so like he's breaking all the stuff in episode 1. He's nervous. First day, the Daily Planet, he's breaking stuff left and right. He's like breaking his shoe, the sink, all that. People are like, but he's had his powers for all this time. He should know how to control. It's like, watch episode 2, that opening scene. He makes a decision to not know.
That's how initially when I was like, I was confused about something, and then I remembered that, and I was like, no, I'm not confused about it anymore.
And you point out that deep cut about those kids, and there's people online saying they don't know the comics. Okay.
Oh my gosh, Guardian the Newsboy Legion is such a deep cut.
Yeah,
it's such a deep cut.
Well,
Not a lot of people know it.
So in the first episode, when he's in present day and he's wearing a uniform to fight something in the episode, and there's a moment where it's basically throwing back to the beginning of the episode of the first episode where the blue in his eyes and things start to occur. We're like, they don't know Superman at all. Okay, first of all, it's a visual aspect.
Yes.
And this is not Superman from the comics. It's an adaptation. It's a new continuity. Not everything has to follow exactly what's happened in the comics. And besides, this is anime inspired. They're going to make things different. It's going to look a little different. If it was a traditional Superman show, I get your critique if they do something like that.
Heck, even Supergirl had blue heat vision. Like I'm like we had 6 seasons. Like how are people still like getting so?
Because people want comic accuracy, yet they don't know the comics. That's the thing.
They just want to complain about it.
They want to complain. And thing is, it gets you a lot of engagement. People notice you complaining and stuff, and people try to give their hot takes. The fact is, this show is fun. This show is trying something different, and it's working. I cannot wait. I want to binge the whole season. I want all of it now. I really enjoyed these first 2 episodes. And I think that second episode was so good because of the first episode's foundation and how they built everything out. And especially the ending of episode 2, what in the hell is going on? Because I said at the end of episode 1, because I didn't watch them back to back, I'm like, I wonder if they're going to use this show to expand out past Metropolis. Like, what if this show continues for like 4 or 5 seasons? Could they do more stuff? Not saying Justice League, but could they do more stuff? Episode 2 gives you a bunch of stuff like, wait a minute, what? And then it cuts. I'm like, you got me now. You got me hooked.
You go, oh, you start going, wait.
Name drop. And even Jimmy name drops something in episode 1 that completely bypasses if you're not paying attention. He says something like, what did that mean? And then we just move past it. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff.
I have a question. I have a question for the people who watched it.
Okay.
Was it because again I've seen the first 7 episodes, so I've seen almost the whole season, but I really want to take it from you guys. Was there anything in these 2 episodes that made you think, wow, Adult Swim, what a suitable place? Because I'm still trying to understand, why is this show on Adult Swim?
As someone who used to work for Turner Adult Swim was one of the networks that I worked for.
I was hoping you would talk about that.
I never want to see Mr. Pickles ever again in my life. I don't recommend it to anyone. It is a straight demon show, literally. So Adult Swim, I think the reason that they put this show specifically on there is because of the animation style. Adult Swim has a lot of like Toonami sort of anime stuff, or at least they used to. I haven't followed them in a while. So I think the animation style in particular, I think, is what got that put on Adult Swim. Plus, Cartoon Network you really can't. There's a demographic there. Like Cartoon Network is for younger kids to maybe early teens. So this kind of a show, I think, would be a little too old for that. So Adult Swim makes the most sense because Adult Swim has animation, but it's also for an older audience. Plus, it has the sort of Toonami, Japan animation kind of thing there. So that's what I would say.
So there's nothing in these episodes you feel like, okay, this, if this had been Cartoon Network, they would have to scale it down, edit it down. So because people were asking me like, Andy, are there like cussing? No. Are there sex scenes? No. Why is it on Adult Swim?
I was wondering because when we did Ben's stream on Tuesday, and I asked because we were talking about my stream, and I was like, so Adult Swim, like, does it make sense? And you're like, no. And as I was watching, like, this could have played on Cartoon Network, but they're probably going for an older audience, right? I think kids could still watch the show.
Yeah, that's the thing about the show. It's like perfect for all ages. That's why I was like, why is it on this platform? It's also like, again, like it almost feels like they put it on Adult Swim, so they're like, oh, so you can just take the midnight slot. Again, Rebecca, I don't know if is midnight a good time slot for that channel.
For Adult Swim, yes.
So
Adult Swim's primary target is like college age young men who are smoking pot. That is basically the audience.
Wait, so
that's the audience for adults.
Some of Jacob's friends, right?
Are the numbers that are there than they say would be on current CW?
I was gonna say
that I don't know.
Okay,
I know a lot of those people, and I'm not sure if any of them are familiar, but I could ask, I guess.
You also made the point about if they're college age, because we're not sure if Jimmy and Clark are in college because they're roommates. But I guess another question is, Andy, like in terms of not going into spoilers, obviously, with the first 7 episodes, does the storytelling get really complex, or like a lot of stuff's happening to where maybe kids wouldn't be able to follow it necessarily? Like maybe that's why also they didn't go Cartoon Network.
Well, listen, as someone who has the brain size of a pea,
yes,
if I could follow the storyline,
okay. Well, I'm just wondering because kids shows traditionally
this have it's very straight. Like again, but again, it's almost like this could have been a show. They could have dropped all 10 episodes at the same, it's on the Netflix, and like again, like the story is like it goes from it's a very start to finish.
Okay. Yeah, because I was wondering like if that's the case where because if things get more hectic and more stuff's happening because he's Superman more obvious.
Like they get deeper. They kind of they give you more answers.
Well, also too like kid shows now, they're very generic and basic, and they don't really have story. So maybe that's also something to like we actually want to take this show seriously, not just like because I feel like kid shows now they're not really like giving them good shows. They're just kind of giving them watered down stuff, and it's like give them more nuance. Like because like me watching the Ben 10 show for the first time, like that was
10.
like I'm on Alien Force now. It's like that show is very complex. That show would not work like in the format it is now for kids now because kids shows now are very different.
Oh, Jordan, if you ever need a Ben 10 friend to get on in this mold or something, you go to Rebecca.
Okay.
Yeah, Ben 10 has a whole universe. I mean, there's multiple series. Yeah.
I just got past the really weird episodes in season 3 of Alien Force where we actually had the gold poop episode. I got past all that. So
poop.
Yep. Yeah, if you watch the show, you get the point. You'll get the reference.
Okay. Wow.
Oh, by the way, Rebecca, how are you feeling about the Kryptonese? Kryptonian like
Kryptonian. Kryptonese is more like when you write it out, I would say. It's different, but they're trying something, and I appreciate it.
Oh shit! I was hoping you were going to be able to translate because I was like, oh, I don't get any of this. I bet Rebecca does.
I didn't see any language, like written out language, so I'll have to go back and look at that. I was just kind of listening to one of the characters who spoke it.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be like, oh, is there going to be like a translation thing that happened?
That's somebody asked that, and I forget which. I think episode 2. My reaction to it. Someone commented saying, I guess they didn't want to give us English. I'm like, I kind of want. Because like I guess Clark has to learn the language. Sure, let him learn Kryptonian so you can actually understand. Because I feel like we just do that typical route. Oh, hey, it's in English, so it's fine. It's too easy. Because whatever he's telling him, I think was going to matter in the overall main narrative about. Because I mean, he went in there, then everything's changed for him. But if it was all in English, it's too easy.
Too easy, yeah. I know. I think like anytime I always wonder about that too. Anytime that we have to deal with like an alien race, which obviously especially when they look like human beings, we could go back to the other iterations of Superman and stuff like that. It's like they always speak English. Same with Star Wars. It's always like English. It's one of those things where it's like, well, we're not going to just go. We're not going to just create all these different languages. I mean, obviously, sometimes when it comes to Star Wars and Star Trek, they do that, and they have the subtitles and whatever the fuck. I mean, let's face it. I still don't understand how Chewie talks. Like, how do you know like, what the different words are? Like, I mean, when Han just goes like, "What?" and he just said, "I'm like, how? Like, what exactly are you hearing?"
That's not how the Force works.
Yeah.
I think you just broke my mind because you just said the subtitles. Yeah. They pretty much made it to where anybody can understand anything.
Yeah.
Like even if the subtitles, like the person just understands it. I'm like, how does this person understand that alien language and that alien language? And like, how smart are you to know all that?
Yeah. It's a
Oh god.
It's almost like one of those things where it's like they need to do it because of course it's like a different planet.
Move the plot along.
Move the plot along.
Yep.
So then you have to just have like the character either know or the character they're speaking to just speaks English. And I think like when it comes to like maybe like a super, and this is what I liked. I was actually surprised. I was like, wow, it was just like a totally different language. You know, Jarrell looks like Odin.
And I also like too the one point he's like, I don't understand what you're trying to say. And Jarrell's like,
yeah.
All right. So he's like, I'm going to show you the vision.
Yeah.
And he's like, and then I like how at first like, you took me away from my mother. That was his first thought. Like, you took me away from my mom.
I like that
like,
line.
Oh, he's like, oh, okay, I get it now. But at first, you stole me from my mother.
Is it wrong that I was kind of going like, damn, this girl can kind of get it though?
I've seen that clip.
I was kind of like, wait a minute, what the hell am I feeling?
That was
here?
also a complaint online too. Jarrell, like they make Jarrell look like, who cares? Who cares? Like the guy's been dead for so long. Who cares what he looks like? That's not important. What's important is he has a message.
Some people just don't want to have fun. No.
That's it.
If he created that artificial intelligence for himself, he can make himself look however he wants to, and he chose to be a guy who has like a salt and pepper beard and hair and a patch.
And the vision he gave him, he could have altered the vision.
Yeah.
Because he's not seeing through Jor-El's eyes the destruction of Krypton. He's seeing from like another perspective that wasn't there. Like he's just showing a projection of Krypton exploding. Which, by the way, Clark should not be alive right now because the pod just got out of frame as soon as the explosion slammed.
You might be onto something right there because when you see that thing lift up, it goes whoosh, and then that's it. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, huh? You know, it's like
it's like he should not have been alive right now because usually when the pod leaves, it's like the pod's already in space, far away, and then the pod passes the camera. Then, but this is like frame, bam, like okay,
it's an anime. It happens all the time.
Yeah. Well, I'm also wondering too. So, like, okay, we're doing a Superman show. We're doing this new iteration. Are they going to introduce Kara into this?
Oh, that'd be something.
That'd be cool.
That's my question because, like, okay, so this is a whole. Maybe with Kara showing up, she can help translate. Because maybe he won't. Maybe there's no way
that would be such the anime thing to do. Oh, hey, I have a cousin from so and so. She knows everything I don't know.
But it works so well because that's the actual 100%. Continuity.
Yep.
Yeah. And this can literally be situation. Oh, Kara got knocked off course, and she lands in the season 1 finale on the. I don't know, just an idea.
Possible. Yeah.
Plus Jarrell's suit, by the way, white and everything. It's cool. Love it.
That was cool.
That's pretty cool.
No, I thought the design was cool. I mean, I made like a little kind of joke, like, oh yeah, they were like, hey, how do we make Jarrell look different? All right, salt and pepper mullet and eye patch, go, kind of thing. And I was like, I was just kind of like, just when I saw that clip that got released online, and then somebody was like, looks like Odin. And I was like, oh yeah, you're right, eye patch, kind of like the little bit.
Makes me wonder why he has an eye patch.
That's true.
What happened to him?
General
Zod. Who took out his eye?
General Zod.
Hopefully it wasn't
an idea to bring
cat that scratched him. Sorry.
It was an idea to bring together a group of aliens together.
I didn't even think about this, but there's a little moment. We see some something that Clark sees. We don't know what it is, right? He touches the back of that thing. We see something. Now that I accidentally said General Zod, I think that may be what we're seeing. I don't know what that means.
Ooh,
I don't know.
Interesting. I did appreciate too, and like I think the creators said, or like the creator was like talking about like, yeah, we didn't want to go like right to Lex right away. And I was like, good.
We don't need it.
We've seen so much of Lex. We've seen so much of Lex. It's perfectly fine.
We just got Lex and Superman and Lois. We don't need him again right now.
Yeah, true.
Yep.
True.
And
so
he's probably going to be in season 4 based on that.
Yep. He's a series regular.
If he's on the CW, Lex Luthor will show up in every season, and he'll do the same thing every time.
We get Lex Luthor, but we lose 7 cast members in return.
That's how evil Lex Luthor is.
Wait. Yeah. Rebecca, have you seen season 3 at all?
No, but I know some things about it. Yeah.
Okay, boys, be careful with spoilers. So
I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm
It's
glad,
whatever.
as Dave was saying.
And I always
I'm
have
glad
to
that came
ask
out. There's no
before I
Lex.
start talking about Super Lows when Rebecca's around. I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm always behind.
Well, also, Andy confirmed on our show we just finished up that
I did not confirm anything.
you did. Well, no, it was confirmed. I didn't remember hearing it that they already have season 2 for My Adventure Superman already.
Oh yeah,
development.
yeah.
So like maybe Lex pops up in season 2. I don't know.
I don't
We don't
need
need
Lex
him, but yeah.
everywhere. It's like
No.
Also thinking right now that Super Lows is doing him. But the only reason I'm fine with it is because I'm just like, damn, I didn't know Michael Cudlitz was gonna be like sexy Lex. No, listen. Rebecca, take off your headphones for 1 second. When Lex is doing the push-ups, I'm like, why is he? Why?
That's not a spoiler.
He's doing push-ups.
Now I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I'm kind of just like, why do I kind of want to tap that? Like, dear Lord. We've had really good Lexes in live action, but
we don't need them in the show at all.
I think they're gonna have to eventually do it, no matter what.
Yeah, they'll get
They
to
have
'em.
eventually. But the fact that they didn't start off, because like if you didn't hear that they weren't going to bring in Lex right away, there at first you kind of be like, who's she talking to? Is she talking? Who's that she's talking to? And then of course when you find out that whoa shit, we won't give away that spoiler.
Whoa. Here's the thing too. If they didn't confirm Lex was not in season 1, after seeing that final scene, you're thinking, who's running all this?
Yeah.
Who's above it? Who's paying for it? And then you immediately go to that person. So it's like, nah, don't need it. And plus it's like, hey, if Lex pops up, they could find a unique way to incorporate him into the narrative that's not so obvious, right? Because the show can just kind of do whatever it wants because it's establishing everything. It doesn't need to follow a formula. It can do whatever it wants. So, give us other villains. That's the beauty. Yeah. Give us other things.
Well, I mean, look at the villain they gave us right away. I mean, I know it was, it was a different take.
Yeah.
And it was that very much that, but I was like, all right, to start off with that.
Which villain was it?
Should we say
it? Do you want spoilers?
I'm curious. Yeah. You don't. I'm not worried about it.
Okay. Livewire.
Oh, was it Livewire?
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry. I love how it was like 3, 2, 1 in unison.
I thought you meant the other one.
The other. Well, no, don't. Yeah.
No. We won't spoil that.
I like how they paid homage to the classic because at one point Blue was coming into that a little bit. That was kind of cool.
Rebecca, I'm guessing you're missing the radio jockey side.
I needed her to at least have some smack talking or something,
a little live and wired.
If she's not like a disc jockey or a radio personality, she could at least be tearing people down verbally. That's all I need from her.
She just seemed like she was just angry. Remember?
Yeah.
I mean, the first time we see her, she's like driving that dump truck like angry.
And she's angry at Jimmy and Lois.
Yeah,
always being in eyesight for some reason. Like, what in the crap is happening?
Yeah. Got the bangs.
That little detail too, when Livewire, the hair. Yeah, that was cool. Like Super Saiyan.
Yeah. But I was like, okay, that's a cool, for villain to at least, that he goes up against. It's not just, but also there's a lot of cool little, things where they talk about kitties and trees and
God, that was amazing.
The undies outside the suit. I mean, there's that little aspect of it too, because that's always like the debates. Like, do we want to see Superman rescue kittens from trees anymore? And then of course there's a whole debate about the undies outside the costume. And
did you like how they handled that?
I thought yeah, I did, because I'm like, of course. Mm-hmm. That would be, if it was an alien suit, it wouldn't have it. But
need to have a human element.
Yeah, a human element touch. When it came to it.
It felt like Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman, to me, where Martha says something like, well, now they're something about looking at his face. Yeah.
That's right.
That's what it seemed like to me.
Martha, mom gives the undies to the suits.
And I like how
that's right, Jacob. We're back with the undies, man.
And I like how Pa Kent walks in and he's like distracted, like, oh, he's like, cool. He's like, he's like, that's cool. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. But he's just, that's why not? But it was just kind of funny because when you see the very anime transformation where he literally morphs into the suit.
It was very Sailor Moon, and I was kind of
Yes.
like,
oh yeah, that's
Sailor
what a lot of
Moon.
people were
I was
saying.
I love this show so much.
If you're an anime fan, you're definitely gonna, you're definitely gonna dig it. And I saw a lot of people going, "Oh my god, they just like Sailor Mooned it," and I'm like, I've never really watched it, so. But I've seen clips, and I'm like, oh yeah, 100%. But I thought that was unique, even like when he's starting to really just summon those inner powers. And even some people were like, I saw some people complain, well, he's not the Flash, and I'm like, oh, he's not. Of course, he's not. Even though that shit's happening, where it's like, yeah, it looks like electricity and whatever the fuck. He's still flying. He's not running.
It doesn't look like as someone who had to watch 10 years of Barry with electricity on TV. It's like, no, I didn't think of electricity. I thought it was like energy just generating out of him.
Energy.
Yeah, because I mean the way it's not like it's not like Jarrell's like, here you go. It was like he's inside the ship, and then it just kind of occurs. Like we don't know exactly. They were being kind of vague on exactly what was happening inside that ship, so like we don't know like if it energy or whatever. And then of course after that we know it's just their suit. It's not like attached to them. So yeah, but I'm fine with it because it's anime based. Like I said, Sailor Moon, like it just makes sense.
There's also precedent for that in other iterations of the Superman family. On Supergirl, she could, take her glasses off, and Brainiac 5 made a thing where her like suit could generate all around her. And I want to say the New 52 Superman suit in the comic had some weird like armor thing that would. So that there's precedent for it.
Yeah, once again, it's just people complaining. Oh, that's different. Don't like it.
I know.
Well, one thing I thought was really cool that they did where they pulled from other iterations was they utilized robots in the story, and it made me think about the Fleischer cartoons with the mechanical monsters.
Didn't think about that.
Which was one of the first cartoons that Fleischer did. So I thought that was pretty cool.
No, I didn't even think about that. That is pretty cool. And then there was even almost like a slight Man of Steel callback too, like when Clark just is like, I want to be your son, or I think he said something like that. Can I just be your son, kind of thing? Like there's a line in there that's kind of like you hear that in Man of Steel, where it's like, can I just be your son? And then of course Jonathan goes, you are my son. But this time it was Martha that said it, and I was like, oh, there you go, nice.
I also
Zack
like
Snyder knows how.
The blueprint, as they always say. But it's like the whole thing too. I like how where in both episodes, at different points in the timeline, he's asking, "Who am I?"
Yeah,
because he doesn't know. And I like how that was a part of this version of Clark, because instead of like going full steam ahead as soon as he manifests his powers, he's like, "No, like I don't know what's happening here," because he's a little kid, and he's like, I know. I don't want this. Like, imagine if he would have went through with that. His life would have been completely different. Like, I don't know how his life would have been if he would have actually gone through in episode 2 what he was going to do. And he's like, no, I don't want to go back there.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
I was just going to say the questioning of his identity. It made me wonder who's in the title of the series. My Adventures with Superman. Who's the My? Who's that talking about?
I always assumed Lois.
That is an interesting question.
But
like Lois and Clark.
Could it have been Clark? Like him talking about my adventures with Superman. Talking about his identity and trying to figure out who he is. That was kind of my takeaway from the second episode, but it made me wonder who the.
I think
Rebecca going deep here, y'all.
I think you're right. It could also be Jimmy and Lois, right? Since it seems like they're a team. But that might be a good point because he literally is questioning as a kid and as an adult, who am I? And it's like now he is, because he has to play the dual identity, right? Now his life is completely shifted. He cannot go back to being his normal self anymore. People are going to look to the Superman to save the day, or at least to show up when there's trouble. And so my adventures with being Superman.
One of the biggest credits I want to give to this show is that it doesn't take a dig at other Superman stuff. It's kind of like a celebration of a little bit of everything. I can't give spoilers, but like episode 7, Dave, I know episode 7 is probably the one you're going to probably have a big discussion on the Vodka stream, because there's some shit that goes down that I'm like, it's so much fun. Like I'm like, oh my god, a Superman property that doesn't make fun of other Superman properties, where it's kind of like showing that we can all kind of coexist in a fun way. So, and that's the biggest, I think, celebration of the show is that, because sadly, I mean, Rebecca and I, we've had to see this for far too many years, but like, the Arrowverse would take its takes at Zack Snyder, but then they would replicate Zack Snyder stuff.
They would copy exact shots.
Yeah, Kara has literally done Henry Cavill's triple punch.
Yep.
And it is hilarious. But again, in this show, I feel like no one's taking they're taking inspiration a little bit from everything, but also doing their own thing, and that's what I want from a Superman. So that's kind of I'm hoping that James Gunn will do too, because again, it's like the only reason we have as much as we have with DC right now is because everything that came before it paved the way somehow. Like Lois and Clark, the New York Superman paved the way for Smallville to happen. Smallville paved the way for the Arrowverse to happen. The Arrowverse has paved the way for a lot of other comic book stuff to happen. So again, that's why I'm like, I'm hoping that my adventures with Superman goes on for as many years as possible, because it's just doing something new, but also being like, hey, you know what? Let's give some shout outs to the people that came before us.
I like that.
Interesting.
I forget that you've seen the whole thing, or not the
No,
whole.
no, not the whole thing.
7
Episode
episodes.
episode 7. Yeah, episode 7.
Lucky.
Yeah, I know. It's coming out just weekly, right?
Yeah.
It will go.
No, and then, but
the summer
but
will fly
again,
by.
yeah. But again, I'm just like going, all right, now we still got 2 years from now we got Superman Legacy. I actually wanted to ask you, Jacob, are you actually looking forward to anything? Are you a James Gunn kind of guy at all? I already know your answer.
Listen, I mean, I think some of his stuff is great, and I think he has like moments of greatness, and then he has like whatever the fuck the deleted scene of Adam Warlock was today.
Oh yeah, that's awful.
I saw that.
Adam Warlock is the worst thing of Guardians 3. I'm just saying.
I haven't seen Guardians 3 yet. Wait, did it come out on Disney Plus this year, or did it just come out on digital?
It just came out digitally.
Digital.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when it's on Disney Plus, I'll give it a go.
Good story about Adam Warlock. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. He's very, very, very good at pulling at heartstrings and getting all the emotional beats right. However, I will say he does it mostly with like animal characters, which is like the easiest thing to do, in my opinion. But I think what's going to happen with Legacy is that he's going to give the Superman fans exactly what they thought, or exactly what they wanted with Henry, and exactly what they have been hoping for. And it's going to be very unique with Crypto and with Jimmy Olsen, but I think it's going to be it's not going to be similar to Superman Returns, but it's going to be closer to that. And there's going to be some nuance to it. There's going to have some like these really unique and cool like James Gunn emotional beats. It's just I don't know. I think it's going to not do great at the box office, and I think it's going to be I don't want to say forgotten about, but it's just going to be like the new Superman movie. Hooray! But we'll see. We'll see how it ties into his DC universe as well. So I mean, I think that's cool, and I'm happy that he's got like a plan, and it's cool. I just think that I don't know how he's going to handle the consequences of being Superman the way that Zack did. But I mean, we'll see, and I'll see it. And as soon as we start seeing like promotional stuff, and then I'll really have my mind made up. But as of right now, I will be there, and I will see it, and I will be happy for everyone involved, regardless. But we'll see. So,
yeah, it's good. How are you feeling about the two leads?
They look the part. For sure. I don't think I've ever seen either of their work before, but they are 100% in terms of just looks. Yeah, that's them. So good casting as far as I'm.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, that's. I mean, yeah, it's their lives changed. That's for sure.
Yeah.
But I mean, there was even like you know, you can go back to the Fleischer comment. It was like there was even like where like James Gunn just goes on. I mean, obviously, I don't know how many different alternative goddamn Twitters there are now,
I
but
don't know.
At least 3.
there's so many.
Yeah.
There's so goddamn many, and it just gets like, oh my god, what's next week gonna be? But so like James Gunn was on Blue Sky, and he posted like, you know, the chain breaking that you see in like the first comic book. I mean, I remember I had a reprint of the first Action Comics or of Superman Action Comics, and I remember seeing that thing where you just see him. So it's obviously got the classic logo, and so a lot of people are going like, oh, what if he does bring
that
that
one.
logo, which we saw. Yeah, that logo. There you go. You got it. But the black
Good one, yeah.
background and the red S. And I mean, obviously it's just speculation. I mean, he just posted that, but I mean, I wouldn't hate it. I mean, I thought like when it came to Superman and Lois and they showed that costume, I was like, that works, at least for, you know, for that show. It worked. It worked. But I don't know. How are we feeling? Like, I mean, would you be okay with that, everybody? I think, you know,
It would just depend
Yeah, on what
if it depend on if the general audience who we ultimately need to get on board, because the general audience is why the DCEU is falling by the wayside and just not making money. If they can get the general audience behind this Superman that is not looking like the traditional crest, then yeah.
But maybe
But
the
maybe
thing-
I think the danger with that S is again I think it's classic. It is cool. I love that when they pull off in Sumo Loas, but I think it's gonna give people the idea that so these is a period piece now or something. That's why like I don't know if it's controversial to say. This is one of the main reasons why I love the Man of Steel costume. I've like lately I've started like being bugged by some of the upgrades they did to the BVS Superman suit. But one thing I love with this Man of Steel suit is that it looks, because again, I think the look that is dead for Superman, that is completely dead at this point, it is spandex. Like, I don't think spandex Superman works anymore. But when I looked at what Zack did when they did the Man of Steel suit, it doesn't look like complete super heavy armor, but it looks like, again, like it looks alien. It looks something like, okay, this doesn't break easy, because if it's something spandex, you know that shit is gonna get torn up at some point over and over and over again. But when I look at the Man of Steel suit, again, the S, it feels different, but also it's like you will recognize that that's an S, and you won't feel it's a timeless sense of feeling. And I think that's what the new suit for Legacy needs to be, something that feels like, okay, like I like, again, like what something that I kind of look at Sumo was kind of like that S is just very, very basic. Like, we're going back a little too simple. That's why I like look most Superman properties, whether it's Lois and Clark or Smallville or Man of Steel, each S has its own unique feel to it, and that's what I need in general from Superman Legacy. Don't just repeat what we've seen before. Evolve. Superman needs to constantly evolve in whatever interpretation he is in. So the suit, like, I think it'd be fun, like, if they did something similar, or like if they did like a Superboy phase of him when he was a kid, where he had a suit like that with that type of S, but then eventually he starts evolving to like, let me add a little more layers to it. Let me make it more three-dimensional at some point, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that could work.
Ramble over.
No. I mean, like, even like when it came to Superman and Lois, like I like how the logo like pops out as opposed to just being flat. They made it more 3D like, so they're constantly trying to evolve that suit, because I remember at one point I was like, the S is too small. Like, there was a shot where I was like, see, the S is just small. Like, it's too small for the costume, and even the costume was a little weird. But I remember I even like I remember on my phone I did like a small little edit, and I'm like, just make it just a little bit bigger, and I posted it. People were like, yeah, that's much better. I was like, yeah, there's just something about that S. I think it was like after season 1 or whatever, it just looked too small on his chest. And I'm kind of wondering too, when it comes to James Gunn and his Superman costume, is he gonna make like a bigger S? Going back to Dean King's costume, I mean, at first, you watch the pilot episode, it's smaller, but man,
But then
it's just bam! It's like all the way down to his belly button. That corner goes like, I mean, it's huge.
it was very Alex Ross. I don't know.
It was. Yeah, you're right.
I don't know. Like maybe Rebecca, maybe you know this. Like, was that show ever influenced by Alex Ross visually? Because it's like, it almost happened. Like Alex Ross and that show almost happened at the very same time when it came to Superman. I think. You're muted. Rebecca, you're muted.
I did it again. I took a sip of water and I was like, nobody wants to hear me drinking water.
Oh yeah, it's because it's so loud.
It is so loud and obnoxious. The only other tie I know from Lois and Clark to the comics would have been the death of Superman at the time. I've never heard that it has been inspired by Alex Ross, but not to say that it wasn't. But I've never heard that.
Yeah, as long as you don't make it too big. If it's too big, it's gonna be comical.
Yeah,
it's like, oh, James Gunn's making a joke.
Well, it needs to pop. That's why.
Yeah, it's gotta pop. Yeah, color wise, I think the color balance, right? If you're gonna have that yellow and red, if you're going that route, and it's gotta it's 3D, like it stands out, like on the Superman and Lois suit. Do that because if you have certain color scheme, like a blend.
Well, let's go back a little bit further, because I'm sure Jordan. Rebecca, you guys probably remember, but the day when the first image of Melissa's Supergirl suit came out,
yes,
and it was introduction of gold frames S, blue background, and then the red S. Yes. It pops because they added, instead of having yellow inside, they added gold around it, and that's why it pops more. It stands out more. It's that's why literally Superman and Supergirl have their own unique S's where Clark has yellow in the S, Kara has gold around the S.
Yes, right.
Yeah, so I'm thinking this is probably the most difficult decision for right now for that movie is because once you go with that look, that is the look of the Superman of the new DCU. And if it doesn't hit well, that's not a good start.
Yeah.
Because this is important.
You have
Very
to
important.
come up with something unique. I mean, even like when it comes to My Adventures Superman, I mean, I remember when that all got released and the logo and everything, and some people were like, "What the fuck is up with that S?" It didn't look. To me, I was like, "Well, it's different, it's unique, it's whatever." It didn't bother me. I thought it still works for.
I did think it looked like a 5 in the show. I'm like,
it kind of did.
Superman. But the thing that DC Studios needs, and this is something I hope they please learn from the Arrowverse, which is that before they would go out to start filming, they would get an official promo image. Because if this suit gets leaked through set photos, this will be a shit show. Because now social media is more opinion than ever. That's why I remember, when we got the first image of Henry in the Superman suit during the fight with Fiora. It's like, okay. And then we see, in the set photos, it's going to look wonky, but at least get it out there before the paparazzi. There is time. You don't, we don't need some, huge ass green screen, photo shoot or anything like that. Just put David in front of, a natural background with the suit, or better yet,
he's talking about me.
Yep.
Oh, because you said David.
You're David. You're my Superman, of course.
There it is.
But
I'm trying to get that out of him.
Stream over.
Yeah, do what. Fuck. What's the name of the director of the Batman?
Matt Reeves.
Matt Reeves.
I was thinking Brave and the Bold.
Yeah, no, it's fine. What Matt Reeves did when he released not screen test.
It's like a test footage.
Test footage of
the bat. Yeah.
Dude, that
first look. My favorite part about that is that he put it on Vimeo.
Yeah.
And it was like,
because YouTube will probably copyright and be like, wait, that's our own music. You can't.
No, it was like a day and a half before he put it on Twitter, and no one
saw it.
No one saw it.
It wasn't promoted, and then all of a sudden, somebody saw it. It started making the rounds. Yeah, I remember it was up there for a bit before it actually made the rounds. I remember I was working at this different. I was doing fielding, and I was in a work truck, and I was it was a late day, and I'm like, what the fuck? Did they just what? Oh God. and I just like put my phone away. I'm like, I gotta watch that when I get home. But yeah, you're right. They should do something like that.
I wouldn't be surprised if James Gunn gets both Superman and Lois in a shot together in a classic Superman and Lois pose position from the comics, and that's the way you post the first official look.
Wouldn't shock me.
But
I mean,
he'll probably do video. I mean, I think
yeah,
yeah. Have
like,
that. I mean, even if they're already testing out the score, I don't know if they'll have like an actual full-on score. I mean, that's another thing, a topic.
Oh yeah, because if you like, here's official first look of Superman and Lois, and here is his theme at the same time.
That's what Matt Reeves did.
That's
we
what
heard
they
that
Giacchino theme, right?
But they had a composer hired, but that's I don't know if they have one right now.
No, they don't. But it could get to that point. Like again, we probably won't see this costume till next year.
We probably won't see it until at least December or January before they go to shoot it.
Yeah.
That is
you're right.
That's if either strike.
The strikes are done.
That's true. Very true. Yeah.
Because in 6 days from now, the actor strike will go into effect.
I
also,
think,
by the way, because it's on the East Coast, it is a happy birthday to David Cornswell, who just turned 30. You ended your 20s by becoming Superman.
And in the backstage is David himself. Bring him on in.
All right, here we go.
He's Superman.
Everybody, hey,
I'm kind of indifferent to that whole Fleischer suit being used because those Fleischer Studios shorts mean a lot to me. They were a lot of my Superman growing up as a kid.
Me too.
And so, like, if he's going to use that suit, I'm just like, okay, you're going to use it. You better modernize the hell out of it. Sure, keep the black, keep the gold. Absolutely. But I feel like if he goes maybe a little too bright, it might be off-putting. It really is like that is going to be a challenge. Like, what kind of Superman suit are you going to throw David Cornsweet in for this new Superman movie? And if the Fleischer Studio Action Comics #1 original look is being considered, I think it's a choice. And I think Chainsaw, you mentioned like this will be your Superman going forward for the DCU. Yeah, that's true, but that's also not to say that they could not eventually go into something a little more traditional, a little more modern, a little more Kingdom Come, if you will, if that is an inevitable inevitable end game, I should say. I don't know. I don't know. It really,
because Crisis already did that to us. So.
Yeah, exactly. That is true.
Crisis,
and I will just say that like it really is hinging on Superman Legacy to be the hit that it is, especially after the stumbles and falls that they've had recently at the box office.
I will say, I saw this thing that was like based on the theory that if they were using that classic suit, like if the entire universe that Gunn's doing is like set in like the 40s and 50s, I would be there day one.
Yeah,
that would be.
I don't want.
You bring up a very good point, or you bring up a very good topic, because I was seeing that too, but I was also thinking it, and I was going like, what if he decided to be like, all right, yeah, this. Because both of the actors, all the clips that I saw them in things, it was a Marvelous Mrs. Maisel for Brosnahan, which takes place, in the 40s, right? Or 50s, whatever the heck. And then when it came to Cornsweet, same thing. It was always like that. And I'm like, did Gunn just hire these two? And then he's going to like set this thing in like a different.
Or Henry Cavill was famous for the Tudors. So. I'm sure not people were paying attention to other things than the time period it was put in. But it's like, again, he was also famous for a time period piece.
True.
I'm kind of curious what this Metropolis is going to look like, because I don't know where the rest of you guys live. I know, Rebecca, you used to live in Atlanta. Like, can Atlanta be a good visual look for Metropolis?
Absolutely. There was a building in Atlanta that I used to drive when I would drive downtown going to my job at Turner, and I always like pictured the Daily Planet globe on top of it. Wow. I forget what the name of the building is, but yeah, some of those skyscrapers they have down there would be like a great, sort of base structure for the Daily Planet. So yeah, that's not even a problem.
And listen, like, if they wanted to, I mean, it's going to happen, but tonally, like if they want to go for like this golden age feel, and like if they want Superman saving cats from trees, I think not many people can argue with that sort of vibe if it is set in the 40s or 50s. Like that's like, I would be way happier with that versus
Yeah.
like.
I always like when it came to after watching Sin City, I was like, imagine a Batman that took place in like the 40s, 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever, in the style of Sin City. And I was like, man, imagine that.
Isn't that Gotham by Gaslight essentially?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ish.
More or less.
Don't talk about live action.
Yeah, it's a big gamble if you're gonna set your DCU in the 40s. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some storytelling that's set in the past. Like there's nothing that says Swamp Thing can't be
Green
set
Lantern.
There's nothing that can't be like the Swamp Thing movie hypothetically could be set in the 70s or 80s, right? There's nothing that says you can't.
I have the perfect solution.
Go ahead, Phil.
The Paradise Lost show is allegedly a giant prequel to
so
Wonder Woman. So
but once if you set Superman Legacy there in the 40s, 50s, whatever, that that changes pretty much everything in terms of what we would presume as the DCU, because that means the Batman, like that, Brave and the Bold is going to look very different than what we're expecting in terms of Damian Wayne and all that kind of stuff. And the costumes are going to look very different. I mean, I get the point of like, hey, we're going to completely switch it up. We're going that golden age kind of era. But
I know what
which would be hilarious to me because the Golden Age Superman is pretty violent. Like he is like going after gangsters and stuff like that. Like when people think about Superman rescuing cats from trees, they're thinking of the Silver Age Superman who appeared in the 60s and 70s. Golden Age Superman is a different guy. And he also
the bald guy with his,
and he also doesn't fly. So it would be really funny.
Tall building in a single pound.
He would. James Gunn would never do it. But like, if you're gonna go that Golden Age route, I think it would be interesting to really commit to it and really get in there and recreate what Superman was like in the end of the 1930s. I would find that interesting. Most people probably would.
You know what they could do, and I know Jordan and Rebecca, they're gonna love this. Do what Gotham did. Timeless. Don't tell us what year it is.
Oh yeah,
mix it up.
I like that.
Yeah.
There's a comment saying I wouldn't be surprised if the Justice Society existed in the 40s. I would love if they made that like
kind of like Watchmen. How it was like, you had the old.
That'd be great. But I that's good. Like
timeless.
No, I mean, don't exactly. Yeah, because the animated series, Batman the animated series.
Yes. You never knew. I was just about to say,
really, because I always thought it looked too futuristic for me. That's the thing. Like the Timverse looks like it's set in the future, but like when you look at those early seasons of Gotham, we're like, yes, there are flip phones, but there are also still there's no. I mean, again, it doesn't look like our time.
Well, it was interesting when it came to the animated series. We've talked about this on the DC Fanimated stream. It was like. Yeah, I mean, when it came to Batman, it was like you didn't know, and we would always joke about that because it was just like, oh yeah, Batman has technology yet, look at the cars, look at the Art Deco and all that, just the way that it was. But then when it came to Superman, the animated series, they went a different approach where everything looks futuristic in Metropolis, even though these are like two stories that are happening at the same time. We're going to have crossovers. But it's just kind of interesting how they went that approach, and I'm just kind of going like
for the Man of Tomorrow.
Yeah, it's like because the Justice League show, and of course Superman, as you said, like that brings it to like kind of modern time or modern day at that point. But it basically implies Gotham is like a timeless city in this continent. So maybe they go that route of where we don't tell a time or a date necessarily or a year. Because that's what the MCU does. MCU, we know when things are happening when. Because we know, like, 5-year time jump in Endgame, blah, blah, blah. So in this, like, hey, let's just not say exactly what year it is. Like, hey, we can have modernized stuff, but let's not say, it's going to be kind of hard, though. The Daily Planet, like, it's going to be kind of hard to get past that because they're writing stories and stuff. So wouldn't that eventually come into play in terms of a date for when a story's being written?
And the technology that they use.
But then but remember, we had Gotham season 2 where not Vicky Vale, but her cousin, she was a reporter for the Gazette, and we never saw any we never saw any.
Yeah, so they can get around it. It's just, I bet they'll date it. I bet they'll probably date it.
Have to.
Yeah,
I don't know, but it's all about that aesthetic, and I'm just.
But you know what? I just realized because I see it on Dave's chest. Not that I was looking, but I just saw that he's wearing a Blue Beetle shirt. We know Blue Beetle. Which, by the way, I love you so much for promoting our boy. But the fact is that we know the Blue Beetle is happening as part of the DC universe. We kind of, in a way, We know this will already, but it's gonna be modern times.
True. You bring up a good point. We technically do have our first DCU, or at least the new DCU, coming out in 6 weeks.
Yeah.
But
So
reminder, everyone, go watch Blue Beetle on August 18th, because if you don't, I will never forgive you.
But
Jacob, are you going to see Blue Beetle?
It's late August.
Yeah, sometime in August, like 6 weeks from now.
So that's like in the middle of I play college football, so that's like right in the middle.
Oh shit! I would have never guessed that. Except you look very athletic.
That's like right in the middle of my camp. But if I have time, there is a theater nearby, so I might swing over and try to catch it. But
Rebecca, are you gonna see Blue Beetle?
Probably. But
do it for me. Do it as my 30th birthday present. Do it for me.
Okay. All right. I guess
she doesn't end up going.
I guess I could do that.
I'm gonna guilt trip everyone in their.
Yeah, he's gonna ask questions. So what'd you think of this? And he's making it up, and you go, "Oh, I love that. You liar. You didn't go. That didn't happen
in the movie."
Yeah. Dave, I'm assuming you saw the stuff online where people automatically were like, "Oh, they cast Superman. He's going to be in Blue Beetle in a post-credit scene or something." Do you see those people?
I didn't see that.
There's people automatically like going, "Oh my God, so they cast Superman. That means he's because it's connected, right? So we're going to see Superman."
The film is finished. Like
it's been done for so damn long. There's no way.
Although in 6 days from now, he's not going to be allowed to film anything.
Yeah. No, they're going to rush it. They're going to rush it. They're going to improv, no script. They're just going to wing it.
It's not like that hadn't happened before, guys.
Yeah.
True. But I think it's a little different now, and they're realizing, hey, maybe we shouldn't do that kind of stuff.
They better rush and get Deadpool 3 film. Jesus. What do you think about that?
Yeah.
That whole thing.
Deadpool 3. Oh, man.
Oh, I know. I
love Multiverse of Madness wanted to be.
Yeah. I keep on hearing people like, oh, man, I'm tired of the multiverse. I'm like, then you're probably going to like this because it's going to make fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, don't think of it as a serious thing. It's Deadpool. I had so many people going like, what the hell is it? I'm like, it's Deadpool. It's Deadpool. With the recent news today, again, THR, I don't know, and then all of a sudden they just were like, hey, guess who's in this? And then blah blah blah. And it's like, right. But I'm just like, okay, we could just assume that anybody who's been in a Marvel film prior to this in the last 30 years is going to show up. Possibly.
Is this how we get Chris Evans back as Johnny Storm?
Yes,
I know. That's what I'm wondering. I'm probably thinking that's going to happen, because we're probably going to get all that. But I mean, to me, it's just like they're just going to be doing a Deadpool kills in Marvel Universe type of
pretty
thing.
much
a play from that.
I want Doctor Strange to show up just for him to go. Well, yeah, your multiverse movie didn't do very well. It wasn't very good. You didn't have me in it.
No, Oscar Isaac will show up as a live action Miguel and be like, canon event.
he just pops
That'd
in,
be funny.
canon event, and then leaves. And Deadpool's like, that guy needs to stop.
Yeah,
it's like wrong universe. Go back to Sony.
There's going to be a lot of meta jokes like that for sure.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah, like, I don't know why people think that somehow that this Deadpool 3 movie is going to be some sort of like deep analysis of multiverse. What do you think is going to happen? That this is going to be like some philosophical direction by Christopher Nolan about the multiverse? No, Deadpool is just going to be like, yo, this shit is fucking trippy.
Yeah, because he's probably going to address the fact that, wait, you're back? Wait, you're back? Like, who asked for you to come back? Like, what are you doing here?
What a way for him to join the MCU, though. You know?
Don't expect anyone from the First Class to show up, though.
No, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that. No,
I have it on pretty solid authority that no one from the First Class crew is going to show up.
Just have the old original X-Men cast. That's all I want. I love that cast.
They're definitely coming back.
No, I just don't want any. I just please don't bring back those damn Black Panther costumes. I'm like we're done with the CW. We don't need this anymore.
Well, remember at the end of what was it? Days of Future Apocalypse. Yeah, those costumes were awesome looking, and then
got rid of them.
Dark Phoenix, and then it was like they're wearing like these pieces of shit fucking X costumes.
They were the Grant Morrison costumes from the all new X-Men. Yeah,
so ugly.
Grant Morrison the X-Men.
They literally spent all that money making those costumes for the end of Apocalypse, not to use them again.
Yeah, okay, so not only that, they started off with the original X-Men film. They took inspiration from that Grant Morrison run, and then they ended it again with more Grant Morrison inspired looks. It was pretty tricky.
The actors did not age 40 years each day.
No.
Because literally in a few years after Dark Phoenix, you're supposed to believe that this Magneto is going to turn into Ian McKellen's Magneto.
And
No.
Patrick Stewart is supposed to be not look like James McKellen. Yeah, right.
Yeah, no.
Oh no.
I will say though, First Class is the best X-Men movie.
I will agree with that. And
It's
I
up
would
there.
even say that Dark Phoenix is more watchable than Apocalypse and Days of Future Past.
What? Days of Future Past?
Oh my god,
Ooh,
my brain.
there's the hot
I don't
take.
know about that one.
There's
I
a
don't
hot
know
take
about
for you
that
all.
one. Whoa.
Now,
Yeah,
I
that
will
one
say
was
this.
a little.
Days of Future Past to me is so good. However,
Yeah.
I wish the original cast had more to do in it besides just the opening and then some bits in the third act. I wish there was
That
more
movie.
involved.
Oh man, that movie had so
No,
much
I get it.
potential,
It's not
and
traditional.
It's not even so much as it's not traditional. I don't know. The first time I watched that movie, I remember waking up halfway through it going, "What happened?"
I loved it. I loved
Brian
it.
Singer just does not strike a chord with me anymore.
I watched it probably 2 weeks ago. I was like, God damn. I'm like, I really enjoyed this movie. But
Yeah.
we got somebody else joining right now, and prepare yourself because we got another lens. We got a lens expert coming in.
Throw a knife at Steven.
A knife.
There he is.
There he
Steven!
is.
What's up?
Yeah, you had to make it to talk lenses with Jacob, and we're all just
course
gonna
you did.
watch, right?
Yeah, probably. were the ones that you sent me on Twitter, or did you use those for your I missed the earlier what you guys talked about.
Was that
I
that
didn't
one
get to catch
picture?
up on all what your
So
yeah.
those were the
anamorphics.
Orions. We did not. So those were only for one particular sequence, and they are fucking cool. We only used. I wanted to use more of them.
These?
Yep,
Yeah.
those are the ones. So we only used the 32. If I had more money, I would have used them probably for the whole time, but whatever. Didn't have that in the budget, so we only used the 32 millimeter. But it is gorgeous. And then the teaser, I think one of the shots you can tell because of the well, it's not a projector, it's a light, but the projector, you get those beautiful flares. But yeah, those were monsters and really cool. But yeah, we did shoot one scene anamorphic.
That's all. I've never gotten to play with anamorphic, and that's I'm getting itchy to I haven't even started looking yet, but I'm like, how can I fit, like once I start figuring out how to budget it, then I'm like committed to buying, and so I'm just not even looking until it's a feasible.
Did you see the trailer, Steven?
No, I did not see it yet.
Okay, let's show it again because I mean we watched it when it was just one-on-one. We'll watch it again. It's shot very well. I mean, definitely. That's okay with you, Jacob?
Sure. It's very okay with me.
So let's watch this right here.
Wow, you
Love
threw
that
that
shot.
drone shot in at the end.
Right,
there.
you see
Yeah,
that?
that's a great shot.
That shot right there. Ooh-wee.
That's a man. You took that's a Snyder shot. that's the Watchmen, and he's got that in BVS too. He's got that in like half his movies. Yeah. That's awesome.
It's funny you say that. Let me pull up my storyboards real quick because you're gonna think this is very funny. Hold on. Where's that?
Wow. Right. How you doing, by the way, Steven? Everything good?
good. I just introduced my kids to Karate Kid, so
Nice.
that was
night.
awesome. Yeah.
Did they love Jackie Chan? I'm kidding. No, there's only one Karate Kid film to watch.
Yeah. We always forget about that one. Even though
There you
I
go.
really do like Jackie Chan. That other guy, I don't know. Oh, there you go.
Beautiful.
Yep. Yeah, you got that right there. Arrow up. Yeah.
No, it says Snyder on it.
It literally, it
Oh, I didn't even
literally.
see that. Oh, I didn't even say that. I didn't even see that. I was looking at all the other
Yeah.
shit.
I know
Yeah.
there's like three. There's like, I mean, he's got a lot of shots, but there's like, I would consider like 3 staple Snyder shots. That's one of them. The rotate around behind the back of the silhouette is the other, and then like the cut, and then coming around the head, like the transition in Sucker Punch when it goes in the army
And
of
around.
the Army of Me, I think is what the song is when it goes around the head. Yeah, they do that in Army of the Dead, not in Dawn of the Dead and Sucker
Dawn,
Punch and BVS. Yeah.
Yeah, he was
That's-
showing he was showing the drone camera like man, that thing.
Oh
is-
yeah.
Yeah, he's got it like he pulled a Scott. He just like pulled that right up right there.
So Steven,
Crazy.
this new drone has 3 sensors on it.
Enjoy.
Okay.
We've got the Hasselblad 24 at the bottom, and
Mm-hmm.
we've got a 70 and a 166 millimeter.
Wow.
So you basically get 3 different looks, and it's really easy to switch between the 2.
So,
or
but
3.
can they all operate simultaneously? Like, can you get like a? you
Like a
know why I'm
300.
asking?
Exactly. I haven't. No, in terms of like the menu itself, is
Uh-huh.
there like physically a way? I will figure it out.
Yeah.
But I haven't figured it out yet.
Man, because if you can get the crazy
could.
horse with a drone.
Believe me,
my
I've
mind is-
already thought about it.
Yeah. That's because that's, I guess, for everybody else to explain what's going on.
Yeah, I know.
that's
It's like,
in 300.
are we done? Just kidding.
In 300, the Leonidas charge was shot with
Basically that.
Yeah.
They call it. They were gonna get a Crazy Horse rig, which is basically they used it for the Crazy Horse movie. Where if you ever seen it, where it's got like the really really high contrast. It's not black and white, but it's like a chroma blown out on all the whites, and it's because they got a black and white or a monochrome film, and they shot an identical. They used a beam splitter, which is it lines up 2 different lenses exactly on top of each other, and so when they blend the images, it mixes weird. And so what they did with 300 though, instead of having one chroma and one color, they had them at different focal lengths, and so that's why you're able to zoom within the shot in slow motion. Normally that would you'd get grainy or lose resolution or whatever if you actually manipulated that from the original shot. So they actually had, and then they use that same effect in the in Justice League when they're circling the league, and you can see the camera, it's panning and zooming in and out. Anyway, so the drone's got the 3 cameras on it, and so Jacob and I had the first the same I assume same first thought is, how can I use this to recreate the Leonidas shot?
One day I'll figure it out, and then I'll send you a demo.
Yeah, do that.
You'll figure it out. But
I like
Jordan,
that-
I know you gotta leave. Jordan's gotta leave. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right.
Yeah, gotta head out. Yeah,
All
it's
right,
been
man.
a long day. So
Yeah. No problem.
thanks
Go
for having me
ahead.
on.
Hi,
Yeah, and
Jordan.
as always, plug
See ya.
away.
Chainsaw Reacts everywhere. I'm on Threads now too. Social
Same.
media. Yeah, I'm on all social medias. But yes, but thanks for having me on, Dave.
All right, no problem.
Bye, everybody.
Easy.
Bye, Jordan.
Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Steven, I did just join Threads, and I'm going to show you one of my first. On my
I already uninstalled it because my feed was it looked like everything was generated by ChatGPT. It was just
Oh, that's how Zuckerberg does it. Wait, what
There
does
we
it tell
go.
you after this?
Is this a safe place to talk about Plato's Republic?
Yeah.
I didn't get any responses, but I'm assuming it was.
Yeah.
I'll send a link to. I'll put a link on there to minute 130 for
Yeah.
you.
I'm
If
so
anyone has a-
fucking tired of Twitter just being so like. Can we just get Twitter back? Like,
Back to what? I mean, name a time when people haven't considered
I
it
know.
a hell site.
It was always a shit house before too. That's the thing. That's what's so funny. It's like,
but it's a time when he.
I remember when
didn't
people
have
used
it.
to. I remember when people used to blame Jack for Twitter's problems.
But that was so much more
Exactly.
easier because he wouldn't talk back as much. But this other dude, he's like,
You mean the guy who owns it's using his own platform that he paid all that money for? How dare he?
well, fair, but it's like he's doing so many changes, Rebecca. It's like every morning. Rebecca, there was a morning where I'm like, what if there's a day where I wake up and all of our podcast accounts are gone? Like all of them, like all 15, 20.
I would be free of Twitter. That would be so exciting.
Oh, I know. When it came to that whole limit thing, I was like, some of you motherfuckers need this limit. I'm just saying. I was like, but it was just kind of funny. But yeah, I mean, it's all crazy. And now we got, it almost seems like the whole, but I guess it's still happening. The whole Musk and Zuckerberg cage match.
Oh yeah,
it's just what it's all leading to. They're going to be wearing their logos on the ass of their shorts. I don't know what's going to
happen. Anyone who's ever bought into one of these hyped up fights, though, I mean, even with actual fighters,
they always suck.
If it does actually happen, my favorite part is going to be like they're just going to grapple, and then everyone's expecting like a Mortal Kombat thing, and
they're going to be like.
No,
exactly. It's gonna be George and Jerry that one gif.
Yeah, no, because they'll throw a couple punches and they'll lock and they'll separate them and then they'll lock and they'll grapple and everyone's gonna be like, nobody even got a bloody nose. It's like, well, I don't know what you expected.
Right. I'm like, both of these guys are really, really smart, right? I don't know if we want them to get concussions. I'm just saying. Maybe they're at least intelligent. I mean, whether how you feel about them, they at least have, higher brain function than probably most of us. I don't know if we want them to knock each other in the head, but
well, if that's what we're gonna
do,
that's
the fun part.
Yeah, if we're gonna have executives fighting each other, then I demand that someone puts Walter Hamada in a cage with. I don't know who. I mean, there's so many people I would love to see beat Walter up. But
Ray Fisher, man.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Ray Fisher. Yeah.
Jeez, I don't know if you want to do that. Have you seen what Ray Fisher looks like in the
He looks like Muhammad Ali.
Yeah. Jesus, that guy is just huge.
I dare any one of his haters now to be like, yeah, he's a diva. Bullshit.
That shot when he's holding his BFG, big fucking gun.
Mm-hmm.
That shot this shot right here. We're going back to some Rebel Moon talk right here, but Jesus Christ, look at that.
Look at that spinning. So never mind. I'm kidding.
Oof.
Yeah. Oof. His arm
huge.
It's not that he doesn't look jacked because he's a big dude, but he looks a lot more lanky, casually, and then he flexes and his arm is thicker than my torso.
Yeah. Just like
Dave, can we zoom in on the arm?
Yeah, right. There's just this big, huge vein that just goes right across the bicep.
Yeah, that's as big as my index.
I can't really see anything. Could we I think I have old eyes now. I need to zoom in.
I can't zoom for you, Andy. I'm sorry. If I could, I would, but I can't do it with the share. You're gonna have to go to his Twitter for your spank bank. Sorry, I went there. Yeah. No, but I mean, yeah, it's absolutely crazy. That right there. And the gun's it's 4 feet or something like that. It's supposed to be 4 feet long or something.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Speaking of potential Netflix docu-series, that is a guy I would want to interview. Bonto.
We were talking about that, if there's ever a potential release type of documentary. I mean, obviously, I think Ray would 100%. He would sing.
Yes,
well, he would. It all depends on how who produces it and how, because he'll, as we've seen with other things he's publicly said, but I mean he's gotten very selective about who he will let interview him or who he'll talk to because of.
As he should. I support him in that.
My whole idea with it is if this was a Netflix thing backed by Zach, I don't see a ton of people saying, no, I don't really want to speak about this unless it was John Berg or Walter.
Right, exactly. Well, it's weird because I'm all in support of it, so it's hardly, so this isn't to, but the catch-22 of anything like this that you get is if it's produced by WB, then I don't have to elucidate the hiccups that you're gonna have with that. If it's through, like Zach could give it like a thumbs up, but he I don't think wants to be near stone throwing. In terms of like he's not going to make a documentary where he puts out all his own dirt, or doesn't want it to look like he's the one scooping all the dirt himself. And so there's this weird middle area of like, how do you get like an officially endorsed thing without if it's WB officially endorsed, it's not reliable. And Zach would is okay with anybody slinging mud on his behalf, but doesn't want it to
DJ.
Yeah, exactly. But he's not about to.
I need that drop, literally,
to like produce the documentary. So it's a interesting.
Well, I think what would be on this thing's side is like time. So what if this is like in 10 years? And
that's the best bet.
I mean, it's something like that. I mean, I don't know when I at least from what I've heard from people who make docs. I mean, they take years. They could take years, you know, because it's not just an instant thing. And I think most of the time it's like, and it's not like it's something that you get paid a sack of money and go do it. No, it's like a lot of these are like, you don't even make money essentially, but you know, you're all about the craft and putting the story that you're doing it out there. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, but you're right. It could be just something that comes out way later and not anytime soon for sure.
Well, and I'm saying it because if someone does beat me to this punch and it's someone that like hasn't studied this whole thing like I have, I'm gonna be slightly upset. But it could be good. It could be cool still. But
that's the funny thing about the whole situation, that you, depending on how something like that gets started and who, like that was the same thing with Sean O'Connor's book. I remember when he started interviewing people with that, I sat back for a long time and was like, let's see how this makes the rounds, because anyone who is not involved like from the beginning, like Sean I think did a great job, but it took a lot of like, oh, there's other people I need to talk to. There was very much a corner of the people who were involved that he was talking to before he realized like, oh, this is a big wider of a circle than I'm. And then after that he kind of got thrown under the bus by the people who he was originally interviewing, because they didn't like the fact that he went to other places. And so so whoever does it, depending on who they reach out to first, is gonna people are so combative over what the right narrative is or whatever.
What? No, never happens. I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen, I think this is the craziest story like in the history of Hollywood, in my opinion. And I think it is a right narrative. It's just a matter of who can like
exactly
push all the right buttons.
That's the funny thing about it to me, because there people either don't I agree that it's like one of the craziest stories, but the people who know it's a crazy story either like don't want it to be talked about, or people like don't trust them that it's as crazy as they think it is. And so it's this really weird mix of like a lot of the people who are like, this is the craziest. People are like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. This stuff happens all the time. And then there's people who are like, oh no, it's that crazy, and I'm not gonna go anywhere near it.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, it's just.
So I think that's why time is on its side, though. Eventually, everyone's gonna be like, yeah.
We need to hear this story. I don't know. It's just. I mean, it's history that was made. Like, I mean, we've had director's cuts come out. I mean, Jesus Christ, how many director's cuts are there? Blade Runner,
Quite a few.
Yeah. And pick your poison, which one's the best one,
right?
But not spots. Anyways, but it when it comes to this,
I love when you get shady, Dave. I was going to say
that. When it comes to this one, it's just crazy how, this was just how Zach. I mean, there's so much story there, even like the behind the scenes stuff that that were involved with even some of us here, just even some of that story that, I mean, it's just crazy. Like what it took and what the little things like, okay, let's let's see where we can go with this. And Zach just thinking, well, let's see what we can go with this. And then him just saying, fuck it. I'm just going to drop images. Warner Brothers is going to hate this, but I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
You know, but at the same time, now that after Full Circle and having a good relationship with some of those people over there, now it's like, okay, he's not going to throw shade. I mean, he was on the Stephen Colbert and he threw shade, obviously, you know, use those drops, but yeah, it would be interesting. I didn't even think about
Oh
that.
shit! For a second, I thought like, wait, when I realized there's a Stephen Colbert show.
Colbert.
Yeah,
Colbert. Sorry, somebody corrected me, Stephen.
I
wasn't enunciating your name right. It was supposed to be Colbert, not Colbert. Yeah, I don't know. Somebody did that. So if I've been saying it wrong, Stephen, I apologize.
You've been saying it right.
Exactly. I know. Dude, just somebody on YouTube just gave me a long thing of things that I'm mispronouncing. And one of them was your name. It's like, it's supposed to be Colbert. I'm like, I thought it was just Colbert. Okay. But anyways.
Yeah, no, yeah.
Right.
I remember when I had to explain to one of my parents.
The internet, you gotta love it.
I had to explain to one of my parents because they were scrolling through Screen Rant and they're like, that talk show worked with Screen. I'm like, nope, it's not him.
Yeah.
Our Steven is way cooler, but
yeah. Oh yeah, totally.
It's true.
Yeah. But no, I'm just saying, but like I said, you bring up a good point. It's like, is he going to be like, I'm not here to, I'm not going to start doing that again at one point, maybe, but
I think to Jacob's point though, I think he's way more likely like, look at some of the things he said about like some of the earlier movies, like his willingness to talk about like what the execs were saying with like Man of Steel development and stuff. So I think now that everybody's gone and once there's a new kind of version of this universe underway and any rocks that he throws aren't going to be, making a big splash with people who are like actively, in certain circles in the industry. I think he'll be a lot more. He might not necessarily name names, but he'll for sure say stuff. Although you look at like I think the biggest one that people don't reference often enough is his article with Anthony Bresnikan at Vanity Fair right before. That was one of the best. I think the reason that one is not mentioned more often is because that's the one where it says that he cringes at descriptions of the way the fans behave.
Yeah. And then there was like, it was it Justice Con when he remember when he had like the longer hair and he was just like, he just said, that's where we got some of these drops too. Just saying like, if I ever see that version or blah, 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 I'm going to burn it to the fucking ground and blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I mean, there's those good interviews too, where he just was like going almost scorched earth when it came to it. But, and then there was even wasn't there a podcast where he really like opened up on a lot of things? What was that podcast?
The Mark Twites podcast.
There you go. Yeah. I mean, he really they spoke
the
for
non-profit.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's one. I listened to that and I almost think like they anticipated that it wouldn't get very wide circulation because it's very, there's a lot in there. It's like a conversation between friends, basically. They even mentioned things that like I don't have context for. In that it's like they don't expect anyone to know what they're even talking about because they'll just name some random person by their first name and that they clearly both know that nobody else does.
Mm-hmm.
Well, listen, even like Zach may not be willing to speak up on some things, but he is surrounded by a camp of people that have proven that they will.
That they are.
I said this to Dave earlier, but like,
we'll get DJ on that shit.
In 10 years, if I go to Netflix and like I'm doing this, what do you think? And like, who are you gonna get? And I'll be like, I'll name like a bunch of people, and I'll reach out to them, and none of them say yes, but John Desjardins will say yes, and I'll be like, yep, that's all we need. And he will talk for an hour and a half, and he will blow the lid off this thing.
Yeah, well, to y'all's point, I mean, you don't even really need Zach to be on camera. There's a ton of footage and ton of podcasts, and the thing about documentaries is it's based on file footage and archival footage. So you could have new interviews that you do. But if Zach didn't want to, sit down and revisit it, there's all kinds of historical stuff that you could pull from.
I compared this to The Last Dance, and yes, there's interviews with Michael Jordan in that, but most of it is like Scottie Pippen and John Paxson and Steve Kerr, like, and they're telling like the deepest, darkest stuff about the 96, 97, 98 Bulls. Like, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of people Michael Jordan, but it could have worked without him. So there's so many ways you could go about this.
I want the meme of Zach sitting there and he goes like, and they wanted to change my movie.
I took that personally.
That's what I want right there. I want
Yeah.
that.
That man has so much patience. Like I don't know how he does that. Like there will be times when me and Rebecca were just talking on Messenger, and I will be like, how does like I can't even put up with half the shit that a normal human goes through on a daily basis. The fact he has gone through all this over the last it's almost 15 years now with all of this. It's like it's insane.
Yeah. It's actually 10 full decade, remember, because we got I guess you could say it's more like 12, 13, because obviously pre-production and shit like that. It's just like the journey of, being called by Christopher Nolan, and not many people knew who Zack Snyder was, until he got that Man of Steel gig. I was already a fan just like right after Dawn of the 300 put him on the map, I guess you could say. Yeah, of course, it did put him on the map big time. But I remember seeing Dawn of the Dead and being impressed by that. And then, of course, 300. And then when it came to the rest of the movies, and then Christopher Nolan just going like, hey, I'm not going to do Superman. I know a guy. Getting that phone call, I mean, that's just to start the journey by getting a phone call from Christopher Nolan to do a Superman movie. I mean, that's one of those things where I'm like, man, I've been wanting to ask Zach, what was that like to get that phone call? Being, still, I mean, you make a splash of 300. Watchmen doesn't make the splash, but it's a cult classic now. Sucker Punch, same thing. And then, of course, there was the I always forget what the Owl movie is called because
Guardians of Gahul.
There you go.
Guardians.
And then of course, just getting that phone call. I mean, it was life changing. It was absolutely life changing.
I at Full Circle on Sunday. Steven might know this name better than I do. I talked to Andrea. Gonna butcher the last name. It's like No, she is. Let me look up what her credit is. She's a producer of some kind. She said that she's been working with Zach since Dawn, I believe, or maybe since 300. I think her official title now is production manager at Netflix, but she was with Dodie and a couple other people, and I talked to her for like 30 minutes. Her first credit is post-production supervisor on 300, but she had some good stuff to say about just like their journey in general. And she was very close with Wes. I think Wes's son. Does that sound right? He was like helping out with like the microphones and stuff.
Yeah, he was there too. Yeah. Right?
Yeah. She was very close with Wes and his family. But I talked to her for a good bit, and she was just talking about how like their journey has been, and she mentioned how, like the nightmare of the studio or Warner Brothers, how like everything that was like just horrible for them, because I think if she was a post-production manager, I'm looking at her IMDb right now, post-production supervisor on Justice League 2017.
Ugh.
That's a tough job.
Yeah.
Probably stuck into that because I'm guessing she was tacked on to do that beforehand, and I'm guessing and I probably should have asked her about that, but like she's seen it all is what I'm guessing. Yeah. So if you ever need an article for Screen Rant, Stephen, there you go.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how I haven't met her.
Yeah, awesome. I don't remember. Yeah, see, he's already got like half the movie like already ready. Half the docu-series, I should say now, but I mean, it would. I think eventually it's got to happen, right? Though, so
yeah. Well, you think if it's what I don't know is what's going to happen first: a documentary or a satirical
show
dramatization or a mockumentary, even like. But yeah, I mean, I like an Almost Famous or something like that. I can see them. Is that the one that it's called where they go to get the Star Wars one?
Oh, the fanboys. Fanboys.
Yeah,
Fanboys, yeah.
Fanboys. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great movie, by the way.
It's pretty funny.
Fantastic
It's a
movie.
great movie.
It's pretty damn good. Kristen Bell was in that, right? Kristen Bell?
That sounds right.
She was in the girl in that, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Maybe.
She was the girl.
So specific. There's only one girl in that movie. Well, at least in the main cast, there was one. Now, but yeah, you're right. They could I wouldn't be surprised if there's like going to be some kind of like movie like that at first, maybe, and they do like a kind of like something like that, like almost like a parody of it. I mean, it's already part of pop culture. It's already part of pop culture. I mean, when everybody says release the whatever the hell, it's such a thing now that anytime there's like a movie comes out and then all of a sudden it's like, oh wait, we heard that there's another half an hour, another cut. We like release the so and so cut. I mean, it's such a pop culture reference now, which is pretty great.
But yeah. Anyway, Andrea Wertheim, Steven, get on it. I do have a question for you, and I would kick myself if I didn't ask it. I already asked this to Dice. I don't know if he mentioned this to you. Phil, earlier you mentioned The Child. We talked about earlier how detailed Zach is. I mean, you made a podcast about it, so but like Luther's Library Metropolis thing is on November 1st of whatever year, right? A year later, Silas Stone dies on November 17th, and Lois is expecting a child, and that's over a year, and we can assume that Clark dies a week or two after November 1st from the previous year. Am I correct there?
Honestly, Rebecca might have a better idea of that than I do.
You're gonna push it on me, huh?
That's the kind of thing.
Rebecca, that is kind of. Rebecca, do you think you do timelines pretty well?
Whenever I go to look at the chronology, I guess it ends in the fall still, right? But the timeline
Lois, when
is
she's in the cemetery, has a kind of an overcoat on, and the leaves are falling, so it's definitely in the fall.
Yeah. So we haven't gotten there yet.
I'm not a biology major, and I know that Zach's films are way too detail oriented for him to just make it a movie thing. However, if it is just a movie thing and it's just whatever, then cool.
Well, it's also Kryptonians develop maybe. They don't necessarily. The biology might work different with a Kryptonian fertilization.
And I guess if you had to factor into it, I think Zach said that Clark was dead for maybe like a month, 2 months, something like that.
About a month.
It was like something really short, yeah.
But that doesn't. So how does Silas die in November? Is what I'm trying to say.
Well, he died prior to.
Wasn't it 6 weeks when all of this happened? Like he was gone for 6 weeks. I feel like I heard the term.
Oh, wait, where is
6 weeks?
Where is the date for Silas's death coming from?
Tombstone.
Oh, interesting.
It says November 17th. It actually says November 17th, 2017, but there's
that's when Justice League died.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
The only time you see a date in BVS is on the invitation for the Library Metropolis thing. And it doesn't have a year. It just says November 1st. And I think maybe in a CNN article it says like November 3rd or something like that. But it never says a year.
That's that's wild. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, as far as what you're getting at, I don't know about. I think Zach confirmed, although it could happen however they wanted to hypothetically if there was.
I'm looking at the tombstone. It just says 1969 to 2017 on Silas.
It doesn't say November.
No, Dave, can I share my screen?
Are you looking at the Snyder Cut? The Zack Snyder's Justice League?
Yeah.
I
you,
just wanted clarification.
I would never listen.
But
if I ever see that other man again, I will. I've literally broken his. When I see people who have DVDs, I'm like, you don't want this, right? He's like, no, you want that? Yeah, I will keep it, and I break it in front of them. This is literally what I'm seeing. I'm trying to. Well, I'm not the one hosting. How do I?
You can share the screen. You should be able to, and then I'll pull it up. Yeah,
present. Yeah, present.
Present.
There we go.
There you go.
This is from the movie.
Okay, so it doesn't say that.
I don't know why I've never seen November then. Okay.
I think you were just thinking about that awful day of watching it in the movie theater.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah, probably.
It said,
not even Eleanor has that.
To get back to the meat of the issue, though, I am supportive of any continuity errors they need to force in order to make that Bruce's child.
That's where I was getting at. So my point was like Lois. This is because
Lois.
If we are gonna go this is not just a movie thing, and that wasn't just like a fun thing that Zack did for saying whatever he was saying. Literally, a human being can't be in the womb for that long. So
what about a half Kryptonian human being?
Maybe. But the cooler explanation is secretly he really did go with the Bruce thing, and we just haven't seen it yet.
I would hate that so much. I would hate it so much.
I think you're supposed to.
That's the point.
I wasn't good on it at first, but then after a while, I was like, you know what?
After you read my article about it, right?
Yeah, it was Steven that helps me. There's been many times where Steven has swayed me into his way he thinks.
I tell you, when Bruce Wayne says that killing Superman may be the only thing he ever does that matters, but at the end of the day, what he actually does is defends the mother of his child and his child, what his father couldn't do. That that brings it home really, and when he protects Lois against Darkseid, along with many other ripples that thematically spin out of that.
It's a way to look at it right there.
Too true.
Rebecca's still not having it.
I'm not.
That is a stretch.
I don't. Listen, as a Wonder Bat shipper, I'm just against this.
Wonder Bat. Man.
Listen,
have you seen how hot Ben and Gal look together when they're just just staring at each other?
It's just Bruce Wayne. It's just Bruce Wayne, man. What are you gonna say, Jacob?
I love the Bruce and Lois thing personally. That's just when we first heard about that. I think it was in that Vanity Fair thing. Well, we knew kind of an idea beforehand, but confirmed, and the Vanity Fair thing, I thought that was the coolest thing in the world, and it works so well with this story, just the 5 films, that would have been amazing. So anyway, tying this up, I wanted to bring that up to Steven because in my headcanon, I think he really did do that, and we just wouldn't have seen it until I guess.
I think that because if it had continued, I think that what he says he set up would have been for it to be Clark's child. But when you start to put together the pieces, it's very clear that the thematic conclusion to what he did in Man of Steel and BVS and ZSJL, the proper continuation of that arc is it being Bruce's child.
But how does that connect to Man of Steel, where Jor-El tells him that he's going to be a bridge between two worlds, and in Zack Snyder's Justice League, where Lois says, it tells Martha, or Manhunter Martha. You know,
Martha Hunter.
I'll never love a man like I've loved. I'll never love another person, or I'll never love another man like I've loved your son, or whatever she says.
Well, I
Some
don't
of
think
that.
she loved Bruce like she loved Clark.
Exactly.
It was
It's all about one night. You have a little too much wine.
I don't know.
Well, and look at Clark. I mean, Clark was raised by, we're talking about a story about it's about adoption. It's about fathers and mothers, and you know, Clark was raised by people that weren't his parents. Bruce had his parents taken from him because his father wasn't able to protect him to save his mother. You have the Lancelot and Arthur stuff going on with them. I mean, there is a million. I mean, and then obviously this isn't like a big thematic point, but you even got Alfred talking about meeting a young lady from Metropolis to make him honest.
That's right.
And so there's all sorts of little things that you see in that like that's literally what happens. Like Bruce is the dream that took him to the light, you know, the beautiful lie, and at the end of the day ends up being Superman and Lois are what brings him the kind of the hope to rise into that Justice League 3 conclusion that was projected for him. So I think that there's a lot to dig in there, and I'm extrapolating a lot, obviously, because we didn't get those stories. But the more I put it together, then rewatching stuff in BVS, I'm like, oh wow, there's a lot of things that look like clear references, not just throwaway Easter eggs, but actually building on, you know, the "she was my world and you took her from me" obviously is a big deal there. But that's not solely about the fact that she's dead. Like there's a lot more. There's a lot more to it there. And then what brings Bruce back, the whole idea that he has to tell Flash at the end, tell him that it's actually his child, even though she said no. That is the impetus to get that ultimately saves the nightmare at the end of the day. Sure, you could change that to something else and it's still believable. But in terms of Bruce's arc, what my family were hunters. That is the Wayne family heritage. This is the only thing I do that matters. He's all down that one line until he realizes there's another way. And part of that other way involves the fact that like now he actually has a child, and an understanding that maybe instead of branding criminals and putting criminals in prison and all that, he's actually has the ability to save a child, and then that child can be raised by Superman. The idea of Superman raising somebody else's child is also another, you know, that is an homage to his own adopted parents. So there's, I don't know, it's not the most structured explanation. Look at my article on screenrant.com. But,
I totally understand the argumentation for it. I just kind of look at it from the character of Lois's perspective. What does that do for Lois? There's a lot of talk about what that does for Bruce and how that's so impactful for Bruce, but that makes Lois look really bad. It also takes away from the fact that she's supposed to be the key in the universe. She's the key. If she's not the key because of her connection and her love for Clark, to me, that makes it a little meaningless for her to be this big central figure here, because then it becomes all about Bruce Wayne.
Can I also
a little bit, but also taking this away, I'll say this and you can say, but that her arc was significantly hollowed out in Justice League because this part of the plot was removed, where there's a lot for her to grapple with here as well, because the whole point, like she in this arc that Snyder had charted out, she does go back to Clark. I think a lot of people approach the story assuming,
but does she go back to Clark because Bruce is dead?
No. Clark comes back, and like, cause she was never like the way people interpret the story is as if she knew Clark was going to come back. She thought he was gone when she was with Bruce, but she wasn't with Bruce like in the same way she was with Clark. She was with him for comfort. And so Clark comes back and she's like, "Oh yeah, no, this was always my thing." But that creates friction with her and Clark, and then also Bruce. There's animosity there also because that it's like it's the Excalibur thing, but that's also a phenomenon that happens all the time with with like soldiers, like families of
Oh, sure. It's
in-
the
in
plot of Pearl
military.
Harbor with
Yeah.
Ben Affleck and Matt Damon.
Same-
It's the same exact plot. Yeah,
Yeah.
I get all of that, and I understand the thematic. I respect for people who seem to like that, but I think it sort of ruins those characters a little bit, because the way I understood it is that Bruce dies and then Lois ends up with Clark, and it's like, oh, was she just going back to Clark because he's kind of the leftover, he's the only thing still alive. So I don't know, that really, for me, I'm a big Superman and Lois person,
Yeah,
and
I
I'm
will
a big
say-
fan of their relationship that they developed
Lois
through Man of Steel.
forever.
In the
As-
storyboards
yeah.
that were released, I think it's specified there that that she's back with Clark already before Bruce dies.
Yes.
And so that's sort of part of Bruce's thing, is he tells her, like, I would have, like, I could never envision a life outside the Batcave until you, but I know that you're with him, and then he goes and sacrifices himself so that they can. So
The storyboard, are those the one that were at that AT&T thing you went
Yeah.
to, Rebecca?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the storyboards. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, and it's like another thing where it's like, obviously Bruce probably is, I mean, I'm sure he's had some loves in his life, maybe someone named Selena or Talia, but then of course, to have the whole, to have him, like, when he was down this dark path, and then there's like a hopeful vibe that comes to him, and then he just falls for Lois. I mean, even though she's like she looks at him for comfort, he literally like finds her, like, wow.
Well,
so that's
and also
that's one of those things too, where it's like,
in
Okay.
terms
That's
of
confusing.
in terms
Oh,
of
sorry.
making Lois the key, remember, she's the one that gives Clark his grounding to
Yeah.
Earth, right? She's the one that she's the bridge. She's the one that you are my world, right? And so the fact that she serves that role to both Clark and Bruce, interestingly, in a similar way to the Martha bond, which is interesting because she also fills that Martha archetype by being then Bruce is able to protect her in the way that to kind of close out that to do what his father couldn't do. And so I think that there's like a Martha archetype in there as well. That's interesting.
so many layers.
I think
So
for me, it's like
many
if
layers.
this timeline is supposed to be that Bruce and Lois somehow got so this close during these 6 weeks, I'm like, yo, what were you doing for these 6 weeks? That it was like, I think that, again, that's why I'm like, yeah, I'm with Rebecca on this, where like it doesn't match.
Sleazy? Feels a little sleazy.
Well,
It feels
Yeah.
very, you know what it feels like? It feels very CW, where it's like,
it's a soap opera trope, and
Yeah.
it feels like, and I love Zack Snyder's one of my favorite directors, but it feels like he took the Excalibur thing and wanted to shove it into the story, and that one is the one that I have the biggest problem with, because it doesn't, it's too forced, in my opinion. So that's just my take on it.
I mean, it's definitely it's a big swing, and so I can't argue that it would have landed correctly, but I'm always in favor of the big swing. So,
I think he probably would have done it well. I think he would have
Mhm.
he would have done it in a way that probably I would have been like, oh, okay, I see what he's doing. Because and with a lot of his big swings, like Superman killing Zod, once it was over, I was like, oh, okay, I get it. I'm on Superman's side here. I get it. So I think he probably would have presented it well. I just don't. I think he's like forcing a square into a round peg with that.
Yeah.
That's all.
That makes sense. How are you feeling about it, Phil? What was your thoughts about when it comes to this whole thing?
The whole
who do-
Bruce,
who do-
Lois, that,
who do you
all that.
ship? Who do you ship?
Yeah. Who's your ship?
I think there's like one or two ways you could really approach it. I mean, it's not something that's not happened in comics history. I mean, there's a famous Silver Age panel that floats around the internet from time to time again, showcasing that Bruce Wayne and Lois Lane, in fact, have a child, and Superman's happy for them, and that's all fine and dandy. I think in the context of what the story that Zack Snyder was trying to tell, I think it to Steven's point, it's a bold swing. It was a very bold idea. but with those bold ideas, you're going to get a lot of fans that would, I think, more lean towards Rebecca's stance in that they're just it's a creative decision they don't necessarily agree with. I think ultimately it kind of boils down to just how exactly it would have been written, performed, executed in the performances between Ben Affleck, Lois, and Amy Adams and Henry Cavill, respectively. I just think on the idea of itself, I think there's something unique about Superman raising a child that isn't necessarily his, but with the woman that he loves, but also happens to be the child of the guy who almost killed him, but also turned out to be his best friend after he died anyway. I don't know. There's a lot of very intricate and moving parts to that whole thing in general. Me personally, I'm really not one way or the other, but just on a preferential level, I do like Ben Affleck and Gal Gadot next to each other, so I'm kind of there with that.
Wonder Bat.
I'm a Wonder Bat fan. Been a Wonder Bat fan since Justice League Unlimited. So, yeah,
That shit is hot.
I think
I'm just gonna come out and say it.
Well, I mean, I think what is it? Kevin Conroy's Batman says to Susan Eisenberg's Wonder Woman. I'm a rich kid with parent issues, or I'm a rich kid with like parent issues, and you're an Amazon like a Amazon from an I don't remember what the exact wording was, but he says something to the effect of it would never work, and I always find that kind of funny. But in this universe, it did look like it was heading in that direction. And honestly, I could see a switch there happening where, say Superman and Lois, say Clark and Lois, say the child in Lois is in fact Lois's and Clark's. Say that child is in fact the son of Superman. So, okay, that's fine. Well, how do you get a new Batman? Wonder Woman's right there. That's all I'm saying. Like, if you want like a Hercules-ish type of Bruce Wayne or offspring to where you have a Batman that might have some kind of superpowers, Wonder Woman's right there.
Now that's a big swing.
It is a big swing, right?
That's a big swing.
People think I'm insane for that one. Is it's like
No,
because it's like all fanboy and like what's the word here? Fan service. It's fan service, and I'm like, well, no, not necessarily. Just look at the genuine chemistry between Ben Affleck and Gal Gadot as those characters in those movies,
and their babies would be hot.
They would. They really would.
That's the point. What were Jacob? You were gonna have something like a while back, and what were you gonna say?
don't remember, but a new thought just came along.
Okay, that works.
The reason I came up with that idea, ironically enough, was because I was reading Frank Miller's Dark Knight 3: The Master Race, because Superman and Wonder Woman have children in that book, and I was like, well, what if it was Batman and Wonder Woman?
Wait, Frank Miller actually gave us Wonder Bat?
No, Frank Miller gave us Super Wonder children.
Well, there you go.
That's sorry, I misheard. Sorry.
In that same vein, if they were to go down that path, wouldn't that future Batman, in theory, have some Kryptonian in him?
I don't think that idea ever actually became a thing.
Wait, what are we alluding to?
Originally.
He's referring to the fact that Zack Snyder initially pitched the idea that the Amazons would be like past Kryptonian.
Oh, that whole thing at Full Circle. Remember?
I don't know if that is controversial to say. I love that, but that idea, I was like, what?
That's a bold one too.
I was like,
I thought that was cool.
Am I having a stroke? Like, why am I reading this? I don't know if I would have liked that, because it makes the world feel smaller. Because one of the things I love about the DC universe is how so varied it is. We have Amazon, we have Kryptonians, Vengarians, and all these things. So, but suddenly to be like, oh, but Kryptonians and Themyscirians are actually somehow like.
I love the idea of making the Kryptonians the center of everything.
Yeah, I think that it's small if we're creating a direct line in the same, like if it's a the idea that,
because I don't know what Zach was meaning, that there was to be a direct line, but if I'm thinking too
little, but I'm saying a direct line, like if it would be like a third cousin of, like they're like Superman's cousins. But my understanding of the idea is more, we know the Kryptonians tried to populate the stars, tens of thousands of years prior, and so the idea that there's a lineage, there is a relationship like on a higher level of the family tree. I think that's interesting, and it makes a lot of sense from where like an Ancient Aliens kind of like where do any of these these
Like Zeus?
the mythic beings
Prometheus
come from
even.
in the first place, and and there's a relationship to the new gods or the old gods or whatever. I don't think it's ridiculous to say far enough back there's shared lineage, but I would agree if it was like, oh, Superman's grandpa sent a rocket and that resulted in the Amazons. That's way too tight. But eventually you go back far enough and there's going to be a common ancestor.
I
So
mean,
what would happen?
that's
So wait, what
ridiculous.
would that? So wait, was the implication that Zeus would have somehow like, because we know that the way that the Amazons exist are because of Zeus, but was Zach trying to say that Zeus was somehow like
Yeah,
Kryptonian?
yeah. Zeus
Oh.
and Ares had
Essentially
Kryptonian.
Kryptonians. Yeah.
Yeah, you know those Kryptonians who can shoot lasers from their fingertips. You know those Kryptonians.
Thunderbolts.
Shoot it from their eye.
Thunderbolts, yeah.
Certain
Yeah,
conditions, they
You
can-
know that old Kryptonian power.
Yeah.
you never know.
Yeah.
Because
Things-
wouldn't this
things change.
would this have
Yeah.
made Kara like Themyscira in that case if that's how they were going to introduce her?
There's not that actually would actually make sense to me. I would not have liked the Amazon idea, but you could justify that because Kara Zor-El has had ties to the Amazons.
This is true, yeah.
Sometimes she's been on Themyscira and being trained by them. So you could tie her to the Amazons if you wanted to.
Well, that animated movie, Superman Batman Apocalypse, does just that.
And that happens in the comic version of it too.
Exactly. Yeah. Which is a great story.
It's a fucking good movie.
It's a great story, good movie, great art. Rest in peace, Michael Turner.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably one of those ideas where, again, I mean, how detailed is Zach? If they would have went for it, and maybe there is something somewhere in a book where he was starting to already like, write a Bible, 450 page,
I mean, Desaad speaks Latin. So
Yeah, he does.
Maybe you start to pick some of those things apart. Like I think there's a little bit more going on, and that's why I think that how did we get here in the first place? Why is the anti-light? Like I think there's a lot more. Like I said, I think thinking about it in terms of like if it's like a second or third cousin of Superman's, as opposed to we're talking about a common ancestor, dozens of generations back. In which case, also the powers are going to express differently because they had more generations on Earth. First of all, there was generations of evolution that happened on Krypton. They changed their species over time intentionally.
They clearly had a doomsday based on the broken moon.
Doomsday. Doomsday's genetics are different. They were doing genetic stuff differently.
Yeah.
But also, if you have Kryptonians that they could even have gone to a different planet first. And it doesn't have to be directly from Krypton. So I think that the Kryptonian traits being expressed differently is not. I don't know. I don't think there's a lot of mental gymnastics to explain it that I don't think is necessarily even necessary. Just because we're not trying to say that these are like Superman's siblings. That they're just that.
Well, they wouldn't be siblings, but they would be like multiple generations of cousins,
Ancestors, more or less.
Ancestors, yeah.
Right. But I mean, in the same way that we have common ancestors at some point.
True.
But doesn't also remove the idea of the whole. I mean, again, I know that the whole last son of Krypton concept has never already been accurate because all these fucking Kryptonians keep showing up. But like, if to say on Earth that there was always these other Kryptonians before he did, it kind of. I don't know. Like,
how much does it change before you're no longer a Kryptonian? I mean, all dogs have a common ancestor, but you've got Chihuahuas and you've got Dobermans,
poodles,
right? Yeah,
and like
Poodle
just look at how successful that concept of having him be the only Kryptonian was in DC Comics. It didn't last all that long.
Right, I'm just saying that if there were,
but I think having Kryptonian lineage. This is not to say that like I don't think like Zeus was a Kryptonian who immigrated to Earth. Right, but to say somehow Zeus has Kryptonian blood in him, I don't think that's too far. I would like I said to have him like be someone who was born on Krypton and then like ended up on Earth as like a direct transplant. That's a bit contrived, but to say that the fact that their powers exist for similar reasons to Superman's because there's Kryptonians involved in the tree at some point, it doesn't seem too wild to me.
I'm not against it. I think I just like if I could just again because this is these are quotes that he gave at Full Circle. Again, I would love to see more like again like what Dave, you said something like a film Bible of like what he had planned, because just hearing a quote that is like 3-4 minutes long versus seeing what he had planned. If I can see the plan, if there's a plan like that can make sense to me. But like just hearing like, oh yeah, I was just like thinking of
Well, yeah, it was just something that was probably when they were expanding the universe. It was just something that they that they were considering. I mean, I even think DJ even says that was like just something that just didn't go through, and they were just considering it. And if they went full fledged into it, then we would probably see like an entire layout of how it all works, and then we'd be like, oh yeah.
Because all DC would probably have to sign off of something like that, right?
I think it's important to remember that, like, take for example the making of Rebel Moon versus the making of Man of Steel. Like the making of Rebel Moon has been an ongoing thing for like the last 10 plus years, give or take, and there's just been multiple additions, multiple different kinds of things added, subtracted, whatever. But then you look at the creation of Man of Steel, that was more like, hey, Christopher Nolan calling me saying, hey, would you like to do a Superman movie? Then you're like, oh fuck, I have to do this whole brand new thing from scratch and have it be completely different from what has come before, and I have to do it right now. Very, very different. But it would be very interesting to see just like what kind of ideas were played around with going into the making of the specifically Superman's lineage and history that went into Man of Steel that did make the final cut, so to speak, and what might not have been or could have been.
I think people always tend to be quick too to say like they'll hear an idea like this, and it's often the way, like for example, you look at like Army of the Dead, and you look at the way that there's like the alien involvement in that. Mm-hmm. Like when we were on set, they were talking about aliens and that there was and that like the virus was started by aliens, whatever. But then you go watch the movie, and like that's not even. I was surprised by how hard you have to look to even.
It was
find,
so subtle, like even the
find that connection. And so often that kind of stuff happens here, where it'll come up because they say like, well, how did the Amazons? Oh, maybe it was the Kryptonians. Okay, that'll work out, and they'll have that worked out like in the background. But that doesn't mean that like Justice League 2, how the Kryptonians became Amazons is the A plot of the movie. This is more like an internal logic about how and why this happened. But like that's never, or maybe it would, but not necessarily going to end up being a like you're not going to have a history lesson where they're like, here is Zeus with his Kryptonian crest on, and he rips it off in favor of a lightning bolt. Like, that doesn't mean that you're going to get that.
And then somehow his lightning bolt reached Barry in a number of years.
Oh my god, that would be actually kind of hilarious.
That would be hilarious,
wouldn't it?
Zeus was the original speedster. There you go.
There you go.
Well, one of the Greek gods was a speedster, Hermes.
Yeah,
Hermes.
Oh,
that's right.
Jesus. Sorry.
And if you go Roman mythology, Mercury.
Fireworks off.
Oh, that's right.
Max Mercury. There you go.
No, but I mean, like again, it was just one of those ideas that they were. What was this? What was the whole the concept too of like Ares like crashed the ship, killed all his guys? He crashed the ship that we see in Man of Steel. Is that what that's what DJ was getting at?
I believe so.
That was something that was thrown out there, but that was one of those things where it wasn't clear if that was the exact detail or not.
Yeah, I think that's where that all kind of. I mean, let's face it. On BBS night, DJ was not giving a shit.
No,
and he was just putting it all out there, and I love it because, going back to what Jacob was saying, like Jesus, there's still people like launching fireworks. I don't know if you guys heard that.
Yeah, saving corn sweat. It's Superman's birthday today. Of course, they're gonna fire fireworks.
Exactly. They're like, yay, new Superman.
He's 30.
No, but like that's what I love about like Zach. It's like, he won't be direct and be like, yeah, but then at the same time, if somebody else kind of goes like, says something, he just goes, all right. Like, I don't know how many times I watched that mic drop. I mean, it was just so perfect. And it's like Zach said nothing about Jeff Johns, but all he said was probably not. You know,
I love when he's shady.
So if again going back to like doing a docu-series thing, it would like you were saying, Jacob, and correlating to The Last Dance is like you have the people that are talking the shit, which is Scottie Pippen and all those guys, Dennis Rodman, but then you got Michael Jordan just like, meh, just no comment kind of thing, but alluding to the whatever the subject is during the whole thing. So maybe he would just like not just say flat out names or anything like that, but he would just kind of go like, oh yeah, there's a guy that wears a ball cap a lot. Yeah, let's just say
hires a crisis manager when he can't speak on his own behalf.
Yeah. It's like, he wanted one movie, I shot his movie and mine, which he's admitted before. He said that he essentially was like, hey, I shot 2 movies, for the most part, what they wanted and what was originally approved and what I was going to do. So, and the Snyder Cut is what he wanted. So
I think our best bet to get all this juicy stuff is a late in life autobiography. I recently read Gavin MacLeod, who played Captain Stubing on the Love Boat. He was also married to Tyler Moore.
Mm-hmm.
He knew everybody in Hollywood. He had Betty Davis over for dinner at his house, and she was a nightmare, and it's a hilarious story. But those kinds of books where it's someone kind of late in the game in life and they want their story told, they have the opportunity to tell it how they want to tell it. And so I think to get Zach's perspective on that, I think that kind of thing would probably have to happen where it was written out and kind of the way he would want to present it.
That makes sense.
I would hate that though, because I'm a terrible reader and books are not something I get to do a lot.
Rebecca, is that your polite way of saying I like pictures?
I like pictures and audio more than I do. I'd have to get the audio book of the autobiography.
I'm with you on that. I mean, I think we're if Scott were here, he'd be like,
I know.
Listen, Jordan has been bullying me for not reading enough to the point where like, okay, Andy, if I can't get to read textbooks, one day I opened my mail and like I have like these comics in my mailbox. He bought me All Star Superman and Superman Woman of Tomorrow and so on. He was like, I just want you to read, Andy. If you will do it with pictures, that's a miracle. So Rebecca, I get what you're saying.
It sucks though because I was such a strong reader when I was younger, but man, nowadays
it's hard. It's just hard to find the time.
It is, and it's too distracting. I mean, I read my timeline way too much. I know that. But yeah, it just, and then I want to put something on. I want to listen to a podcast. It's hard for me to just like sit down quietly and read a book. I probably got to do more of the audiobook thing because I listen to podcasts all day. I mean, that's what I just listen to that when I'm working. It's just, that's what I go to is just listening to so many different podcasts. So
like Supergirl Radio and the Flash.
Yes,
obviously.
all of it.
BBS by the minute. Yeah.
Yes.
The Eternal Night.
Yes. All of it.
All the ones.
So many I can't keep up.
I've been trying really hard
but I want to get back to reading. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I've been trying really hard to get back into physical books. In the past year or so, just like you were saying, like listening to audio and scrolling feeds. Like I do lots of reading online. I do lots of podcast listening. Like I'm constantly consuming information, and the frequency with which I put everything aside and just focus on one thing is so rare. That between that and then writing, it's between focusing on one source of information and focusing on only my own voice. There are two things that like don't ever happen. Like think about like before the internet, like like when like you went to like do any like when you were waiting for a. I was gonna say like not an Uber, waiting for a taxi or whatever. Like how what are you doing? Like how much time do people spend like with their own? I'm sounding like a boomer here probably, but like How
Oh,
often?
I remember those times.
How frequently does anybody anymore just sit without their head filled with somebody else's words?
It's
Yeah.
true.
It's wild.
And maybe that's why I can't read, is because I listen to myself every fucking day. I'm like, I need a break. Listen to somebody else. Sorry, go ahead.
And I was ask Steven, like, from one screenwriter to another, like when you're writing your articles, like do you have anything on in the background, or like are you just kind of like?
Recently I've done a lot of my writing is just silent. There's no. I'll listen to like a podcast or something while I'm doing images or editing. But while I'm writing, it's often silent. In the past, when I wrote a lot more, I listened to a lot of Junkie XL's Mad Max soundtrack.
Nice.
That's real good for writing.
Okay.
Or any Junkie, but like his Mad Max soundtrack specifically, I can't tell you how many articles I wrote to Brothers in Arms. Yeah, I can't do like lyrics or listen to people talking while I'm writing though. I start inserting words that are.
It's got to be
don't belong.
instrumental. Yeah. I get that. But yeah, like when I'm working, and then sometimes, yeah, it can be just because you want to take in the information. So if you're working on something and you go, oh, wait a minute, I want to take all this, most of this in. So yeah, but sometimes I even have problems with that where I could just like sit down and actually listen to a podcast. I'm usually multitasking, but yeah, just to sit down and read a book. Yeah, I get it. Instead of staring at a screen, but yeah, it's hard. It's definitely hard. It's hard for me. Jacob, hard for you, right?
Reading? I'm not a huge reader.
Yeah.
I have been more recently, like in college for sure, because you kind of have to.
Yeah.
You're
forced.
But I haven't really gotten to the point where I'm like, oh, that looks like such a good book. I need that. I need to read it. But I'd love to get there because I love, retaining information. But we'll see in the future.
No, for sure. We'll probably wrap this up in a little bit because we're almost going on 4 hours. And but one thing I wanted to ask too, because you briefly said it, now I'm like, I want to go back to it. What position do you play for college football?
I'm a wide receiver.
Really? I was gonna guess quarterback. Just kind of thought, but wide receiver. Look at you.
You must be fast.
I try to be.
I can only understand sport if it's spoken to me in Friday Night Lights or Ted Lasso terms. So, like,
a wide
he catches the ball, Andy.
Wide receiver.
He goes long, and they throw him the ball.
Yeah. Well, you're like slot.
Yeah.
You're not much taller than me, are you? I'm trying to remember. Yeah.
You are. Yeah, you're not. Wide receivers don't need to be tall.
Keep in mind,
just tell me a character from one of those shows, and I will know exactly what he's doing.
Whoever Vic Stone throws the ball to, I don't know if you ever kept it and tried to beat Wisconsin last minute. But no, they move me around. But no, I mean, keep in mind Division III, so I don't need to be remarkably tall to do the job. But yeah.
That's awesome. I saw one of your the I think it was from One Man Show or from one of the other ones you were doing, and you had your play the wrist the armband.
Yeah.
With
your it was on his.
I was like, do you have a shot list on there? Or?
Yeah. That's
like such a Snyder thing.
Too. I actually thank you for bringing that up because that felt very much like what the quarterbacks wear right now.
Yep.
Yeah.
On their wrists. So yeah, you're right. I saw that in the picture.
A shot list. Because speaking of Snyder, I do. I have the script obviously, but I love to go off the storyboards. So I pull the storyboards off and I just put them in writing. So on there is like, shot number just because this is my first time. I said that with Dave earlier, but this is my first time with the DP. And that was really helpful for him. So I had a shot number and then a shot description, the lens, the rig, and then the frame rate. So I like to keep all that handy, and I color code it so I just know where I'm at. But shot lists are very important if you wanna do this thing for real.
Yeah, as someone who reads a lot more about it than I do it, that's one of the things that I really appreciate about like Zach has always said that, and you start seeing other people that are like the kind of filmmakers that like I tend to vibe with are the ones that have the most the most adherence to a shot list and a kind of a storyboard process. I say that although like what I just learned, I guess Spielberg plans the shot on the day of, like he shows up without a shot list and then just like blocks it on site, which is insane. But
but look at how many classic movies.
Yeah. I could never do that, but
yeah. Which just depends on the person. I mean,
he could potentially just see it in his head. I guess he's one of those people who he could just see it.
Yeah, it's just awesome. But anyways, looking forward to the actual full trailer because according to Jacob, the trailer is better than the full trailer is better than the teaser.
Trailer's cool. Couple things I want to say. First of all, I remember. I mean, it sounds horrible to say out loud. Thank God for the pandemic and the birth of the Vodka stream. But I remember the very first one. Dave, I told you in person that I've been watching your channel since before we actually saw your face. So I've been a film junkie guy from day one. And this is really a surreal experience. So beyond this show, it's pretty cool. But going forward, the poster that I showed tonight, well, the teaser is going to go out tomorrow on every platform imaginable. And then the poster will go out. Yeah, I'll try to put it on Threads. We'll see. The poster will go out in August, and then September we'll have the full trailer. I hinted at it earlier, but if any of you guys are Frank Sinatra fans, you might like it. If I can get away with it, we'll see. And then October 13th is our release date. October 12th is my premiere at my college. We're gonna do kind of a full circle type thing where I'll screen it, and then we'll have a panel with everyone that helped me. And also on October 12th will be an AFSP fundraiser. I'll have a goal, and we'll try to hit it. With Mankind's Eye, we were short. Lucid, we were short, but they were pretty generous goals. But we'll see if we can get there. I will, Dave, I'll send you some info on that when we.
For sure.
So maybe you can send it out and give us some help. But
whatever you need, man.
Then October 13th, we'll put it out, and then hopefully some people will see it and think it's cool. But yeah.
How are you releasing it, or is it going to be available for free, or can people pay for it?
That'd be cool. But no, it'll be on YouTube for free.
Okay, cool.
We will pay you with love.
That's
comments.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
Pay him in comments and likes and subscribes and things.
Yes, there it is. We'll rock it, man. No, but thank you for coming on. I know we talked about this, and I'm very impressed by the teaser. Can't wait to see more of it, and I'm gonna even do a deeper dive on some of the old stuff too. I mean, I was impressed when I reactivated my TikTok. It was funny. I reactivated my TikTok because I was like, all right, fuck it, I'm gonna get back onto this damn thing and just post my shorts on there because why not? And then it was funny because I started scrolling, and then your behind the scenes video popped up on mine, and I was like, yeah, this is very well done. Even the behind the scenes, I mean, you have to take pride in that too. And, so, I mean, and like I said, the teaser was done very well. So very much looking forward to the full trailer. And then, like I said, whatever help you need to plug it, I'll definitely be there and do it, man. So, but I appreciate you coming on.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem. I got the future Zack Snyder here, folks. That's what I'm saying. Come on.
Whatever you do, do not go to Warner Brothers.
Don't worry.
No, not right now, at least. But anything else you want to plug before we wrap it up here?
Yeah, I am on TikTok. I'm trying to get that off the ground. I do some original stuff on there, but I use it mainly to just promote whatever I'm doing in the big picture. But I am on TikTok at JM Riddle 2020. I'm on Twitter and Instagram, and also I guess Threads at JRids8. It's right there. And my YouTube channel is just Jacob Riddle, so check it out. I got a lot of cool stuff on there, and yeah, that's me.
Cool. Well, thank you, Jacob, for being the guest tonight.
Of course.
Hopefully you will return and have some fun with these chuckleheads around here that we're going to plug right now. Rebecca, you go.
Yeah. Thanks for having me back, Dave, and congratulations, Jacob, on your hard work. Just keep shooting. Yeah, that's the best way to keep getting better. Is just keep going out there and doing it.
Thank you.
You can find me as a co-host of a podcast called Supergirl Radio. So if you want to hear about Supergirl and my adventures with Superman, we're going to be talking about that because we are going to be really excited about the Newsboy Legion getting an adaptation into animation, which is so exciting. And I also have a personal YouTube channel at youtube.com/duckmilkprod. That's where I do a lot of Snyderverse talk. I'm hoping to put together a video about Full Circle, at least starting to do that this weekend. So I'll be sharing some of my perspective and what I did there. And I guess just subscribe and follow along if you're interested in those things.
Please do so. All right. We got Phil.
Thank you again, Dave, for having me on. It's always a blast getting to talk with everyone else. Jacob, always nice to catch back up. I remember meeting you at Full Circle. Good luck with all your endeavors. Sounds like you're pretty committed to everything you're doing, so more power to you, my friend. Anyone wants to catch me or my musings, just at Unfiltered. Probably not Twitter much longer, but Vero, Instagram, Threads, definitely. You can listen to my podcast, The Eternal Night, on Podbean, where me and my buddy Craig just talk about practically anything Batman. You can also catch me on the Four Nerds most Thursdays. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, cool. Andy.
Sorry, wait. What was it?
Wow.
Sorry.
He's still looking at Ray Fisher's bicep. That's
Yeah.
No. Close tab. No, no. Sorry, I just. I was thinking deeply, which is rare for me. Well, you can find me at Andy Rebecca on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Vero. Not Threads yet, because y'all, there's just too many apps. Like
I agree. Too many.
You can find me on Blue Sky. I'm a host. I'm one of the hosts of something called the Flash Podcast, which is it covered the Flash TV show. It's over now, so we're figuring shit out, but we're not going any. We're not going anywhere. The Flash Podcast is part of the same network.
Figuring shit out podcast.
Yeah.
I like it.
It's part of DC Podcast, which is what Supergirl Radio is part of, and I run Endless Multiverse with Jordan, who was on before at the Chainsaw Reacts YouTube channel. I write a screenwriter, nowhere near as cool as what Steven does. He writes way deeper, cooler stuff than I do. But yeah, give me clicks. We appreciate it. And I also run Multiverse of Colors. So I'm everywhere. I will annoy the fuck out of you. And see Blue Beetle on August 18th.
I don't know. Steven writes things that are a little wordy. I don't know.
No, his shit is deep. I'm like,
I know.
Fuck, I can't write this good.
I know. Puts it to shame. Anyway, Steven.
I don't do it very often is the problem.
True.
But yeah, I guess apparently if you'd like reading deep things, check out you can find my writing at
Deep Thoughts by Steven
screenrant.com. And listen to my podcast with Andrew Dice, Batman v Superman by the Minute. We are just finding out about Bruce is saying that I bet your parents taught you that that you mattered, that you were special. My parents taught me something different, and that's coming out soon. If you didn't, if you're not been following along, Dice just dropped a huge bombshell with a breakdown of Plato's Republic in minute 130 that Jacob mentioned earlier.
Nice.
And that even blew my mind.
Yeah.
If you want to hear Dice reading a large chunk of Plato's Republic and then us talking about how it applies to the movie. I would have enjoyed listening to just him talking about it on his own. So participating was
I saw you
enjoyable as
tweet
well.
about like how he blew your mind when it came to that stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean it's like just reading the section he read. It's like, oh yeah, no, that's like Terry. Like you can see Terrio's post-it notes all over the place when you read it. So yeah, so check that out. Batman v Superman by the minute. We got more coming soon. Obviously, we're headed up to a pretty climactic moment, given the position. So I'm hoping to do something fun for that. Yeah, find me on Twitter at SM Colbert and on Instagram. You can see my photography also at SM Colbert. Don't follow me on Threads.
That's what his first post
You
was.
can find on Snapchat and Spoutable and Blue Sky.
Find on Blue Sky, Mastodon, whatever the hell the other one.
Friendster, MySpace, all the places.
What the fuck is Friendster?
Oh, wow.
That's the first social media that Zuckerberg ripped off.
Oh, wow.
It was a long time ago.
Wow.
You never watched The Social Network, Andy?
I love this. That's one of my favorite. That's the
They
first
talk about Friendster. They
And Jesse Zuckerberg.
Great Fincher movie.
Not Jesse Zuckerberg. Jesse Eisenberg. Wow.
All I know is somebody get David Fincher on the blower because we have a sequel that is writing in real time right now. Who's gonna play Elon Musk? I don't know.
Fine.
Alex,
I will do it.
Yeah. Anyways, all right, guys. Well, I appreciate everybody who joined. Thank you to Jordan, of course, who joined earlier, and thank you to Jacob being the guest. Hopefully, you will return and just shoot the shit on here. Really enjoyed talking to you, and looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening in the future when it comes to that. And then, of course, one-man show. Thank you to Rebecca. Thank you to Steven. Thank you to Andy. Thank you to Phil. Well, thank you to everybody who's watching. We will talk to you guys later.